Chapter 1018. It was currently noon in the Radiance Federation, but it wasn't the same for other places in the Origin world. Different federations, different geographical locations, and different timings were also different. The Agro continent, which was adjacent to the Radiance continent, was 7 hours ahead of the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan, and when you had just finished their breakfast, and it was only 7:30 a.m. however, the Agro continent was currently at its darkest and darkest hour. The darkness on the horizon was getting denser, and the dark night was drifting with a dense fog that completely blocked any trace of light. Big brother, now that things have reached this stage, my entire family is still here. I won't do it if you ask me to be a coward. The one who spoke was a youth with a buzz cut who looked to be 14 or 15 years old. Bean-sized tears were rolling down from the youth's grape-like eyes. The youth's eyes were red, and he was clenching his fists so hard that creaking sounds could be heard. He was like a crazy and sorrowful little beast. In front of the youth with the buzz cut was a youth who was wearing leather spirit chi clothes and looked rather determined. The young man's coarsely cut fur spirit chi clothes made him look simple and wild. When the determined youth saw the tears rolling down from the youth's eyes, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. However, the determined youth's expression of forbearance didn't cause the youth with the buzz cut to tear up. The determined youth used his hand to rub the youth's buzz cut and said, "Lei, you are the hope of the entire race. Xiaolei, you are the entire race's hope. In the entire race, only you possess the Creation Master talent. If you are swayed by your emotions and stay behind at such a time, the entire race's hope will be gone." When the youth with the buzz cut heard the determined youth's words, he couldn't hold it in anymore and let out all his emotions. Big brother, dad, mom, grandpa, and grandma, they are always thinking about the entire race. Why are you talking about the entire clan all the time now? My family is no longer around. Even if I become a creation master and survive, what's the point? The youth with the buzz cut was too emotional, and his intense yelling made his voice a little hoarse. The determined youth let out a soft sigh. He then placed his hand on the youth with the buzz cut's head and gently rubbed it before saying, "Lei, you will be 15 years old tomorrow. Lei, you'll be 15 years old tomorrow. You're not young anymore." When you were 15, Big Brother had already followed the clan's team to explore the underground dimensional rift. You should learn to grow up faster. When the resolute young man saw that the boy with the brush cut was still agitated and ignored his words, his expression suddenly turned serious. "Little Thunder, our Iron Horseshoe tribe and Black Copper tribe have discovered a high-grade energy or vein and an accompanying or of gold-grade spirit material, frost silver. We discovered the mine together, but not only did we not have the right to develop it together with the Black Copper tribe, we even suffered the calamity of extinction. It is because the Black Copper tribe has a Class 2 Creation Master. In the Iron Hammer Federation, any Creation Master that appears in a tribe will be recognized by the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court and become a tribe under the Imperial Court. According to the tribe's Creation Master's grade, the Royal Tribe's grade will be the same as the Creation Master's grade, ranging from 1 to 5 stars. Because of that Class 2 Creation Master, the Black Copper tribe has long since become a Class 2 tribe that is recognized by the Imperial Court in the Iron Hammer Federation. It is a piece of cake for a Class 2 tribe to get rid of a tribe like ours that doesn't have a Creation Master. Little Thunder, if you can become a Class 1 Creation Master, and our Iron Horseshoe tribe has a Class 1 Creation Master, even if the Black Copper tribe is afraid that we will leak the information about the high-grade energy or vein and the accompanying gold-grade spirit material frost silver, the Black Copper tribe won't dare to exterminate us. Little Thunder, this is the iron law of survival in this world. As long as you are around, the Iron Horseshoe tribe will never disappear. Even if the Iron Horseshoe tribe is gone now, you will be able to recreate the Iron Horseshoe tribe's glory in the future. In Trey's impression, his elder brother had never spoken to him in such a serious tone. Trey had never thought that there would be a day when he would be powerless to see the tribe that he had grown up in disappear. At this moment, Trey finally saw the truth of the world and had grown up in this carefree age. Trey calmly sorted out his emotions and suppressed all of them to the bottom of his heart along with his sore nose and rolling tears. Trey forced his voice to not tremble and tried to ask his elder brother calmly, "Brother, when are you going to send me away?" The determined young man saw Trey's appearance and stretched out his young, calloused palm. After wiping away the tears on Trey's face with the palm that was not covered in calluses, he said, "Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, and I will prepare the supplies for you tonight. You sleep for a while. In a while, Grandpa will use his silver-grade stone mole to open the secret tunnel under the tribe. After you enter the tunnel, the ground drilling mole will destroy the tunnel. After that, I can't teach you what to do. You just have to work hard to survive with the hope of the Iron Horseshoe tribe." After the determined young man left, Trey suppressed his sadness, pain, and anxiety and lay on the bed with his eyes closed tightly. Since he had chosen to escape, he needed sufficient spiritual power and physical strength. At this time, sleeping was definitely the most beneficial thing for his escape. Therefore, Trey silently hypnotized himself in his heart to not think about everything in reality. Then, he used the method that his mother had taught him to cure insomnia and counted the sheep. Even so, before falling asleep, Trey still silently muttered in his heart, "If Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, and Big Brother don't die, I am willing to exchange everything for them." It was still late at night, and the sky was filled with stars. A short-haired woman was staggering on the street. In this place, even late at night, the entire street was still full of people. On the street, there were boxes of various spirit fruits. In front of every street stall, there was a vendor in strange clothes, softly humming a song, occasionally twisting his body from time to time. It was full of an exotic flavor. From all of this, it could be seen that the people here were very fond of song and dance, as if song and dance had integrated into their lives. The short-haired girl's entire face was painted black, and her body was bent as she walked on the road. From time to time, she would receive looks of contempt from the vendors on the roadside. The short-haired girl seemed to be very calm about the contempt of these vendors, but there was a deep disdain in the depths of the short-haired girl's eyes. It was as if the short-haired girl was born to be superior, and the people around her were not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as her. At this moment, the short-haired girl suddenly fell to the ground, holding her head and shivering. The first one was even worse. End of this chapter. Chapter 1019. Sue Erin bit her lip. Ever since she had been stranded in the Divinewood Federation, she had been severely injured because of the absolute love poppy. It caused his soul, which was connected to the absolute love poppy, to suffer devastating damage. His fae was also connected to the sacred source life form, the absolute love poppy. His sacred source life form, the absolute love poppy, was damaged and none of his faes could be used. Now, the frequency at which his soul was injured had dropped from 5 times a day to almost once an hour. Even if Sue Erin was once one of the 5 dark envoys chosen by the 7 dark nations. At this moment, he was still suffering from the pain in his soul that came once every hour. He couldn't help but think, if I die, everything will be over. But every time Sue Erin thought about how so many people had risked their lives to keep her alive, she felt a chill run down her spine. Moreover, the person who had escaped still carried all the hopes of the Dark Federation. So Erin gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Unless he couldn't continue living due to the damage to his soul, he would think about how to recover the Dark Federation as long as he was alive. He wanted to snatch the Dark Continent back from the hands of the damned Seventh Page War. At this thought, Su Irin felt a strong sense of helplessness. He was now living like a beggar in the Divine Wood Federation, and the damage to his soul made him unable to do any work. He could only wait until the night was over and the night market was closed. Then, like a stray dog, he would pick up rotten fruits discarded by the street vendors to fill his stomach. At that moment, Su Irin suddenly heard the sound of a fey carriage rolling on the ground. The Divine Wood Federation was rich in all kinds of plant species fays and insect species fays. Beast fays were relatively scarce. Therefore, the nobles in the Divine Wood Federation all pursued spirit chi clothing made of animal fur. In this regard, the Divine Wood Federation was the opposite of the Iron Hammer Federation next to it. As the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation were both at war, there was friction all the time. The two major federations were constantly targeting each other's Creation Master resources and assassinating the opposing federation's Creation Masters. Due to the blood feud, the resources between the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation basically had no chance to flow. At this time, Su Irin knew that there should be nobles of the Divine Wood Federation passing by in front of her. However, Sui Irin, who was suffering from the pain in her soul, did not have the strength to give way. Given Su Irin's status in the past, small nobles like the Divine Wood Federation would not even be in her eyes. In the past, even Emperor-class beings could only stand by Su Irin's side and act as her bodyguards. But things were different now. Su Irin, who was trembling on the ground, felt two heavy blows to her body. Su Irin was not sure if the coachman's whip had hit her, or if she had been kicked by the fae pulling the carriage. Su Irin could not feel the pain in her body, because compared to the pain in her soul, it was nothing. The pain on his body was not worth mentioning. However, the crimson liquid gushing from her throat told Sui Irin that her internal organs had been severely damaged. She did not know if her internal organs were merely bleeding or had been destroyed. In her daze, so Irin felt like she was seeing her younger self. His appearance alone was enough to captivate all living beings. Su Irin's consciousness became more and more hazy. Su Irin, who was in pain, had a bitter smile on her face. So Irin was certain that she would not survive the night due to both her physical and spiritual injuries. She was afraid that she would be cleaned up by someone with a frown tomorrow morning. Su Irin, who had always believed in herself and not in fate, seemed to have been guided by the dark. She thought in her mind, if I can take back the Dark Continent, no, if I can live, I am willing to exchange everything. When Lin Yuan heard that the Celestial Council could add 2 new members, a smile immediately appeared on his face. On one hand, Lin Yuan was happy for the increase in her spiritual energy. On the other hand, the Celestial Council's addition of 2 new members allowed the Celestial Council's layout to spread further. One used Sacred Source Life Form. The Celestial Council could let Lin Yuan, Wenyu, or the other people sitting on the 12 zodiac thrones have the qualifications to become a system. Those on the northern and southern zodiac thrones were the protagonists provided by the system. The Celestial Council could guarantee the loyalty of those who signed the northern and southern zodiac thrones according to oaths and contracts. At the same time, the people on the 12 zodiac thrones also needed the ability to complete the things that they had to do even if they had to give up everything. Lin and Bei Su had opened up the 2 veins of the Azure Federation and the Cave Continent's underground world for Lin Yuan's Sky City. Therefore, Lin Yuan was full of anticipation for the Celestial Council's 2 new members. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Wenyu continue to speak. Young Master, the first time I used the Sacred Source Life Form, the Celestial Council, I didn't have any experience. Actually, when we convened the Celestial Council, there were many people who wanted to give up everything in order to achieve one thing. These people are all qualified to be guided by the Celestial Council to enter the Celestial Council. Therefore, if young Master is not suitable for the selection, we can directly kick the person out of the Celestial Council and let someone else fill the position. Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Lin Yuan blinked. Why did Lin Yuan feel that the Celestial Council's selection of sacred source life forms was like an interview? However, Lin Yuan felt that the Celestial Council's sacred source life form function was simply too amazing. Otherwise, what if the Celestial Council guided someone to make a wish that I want to give up everything in exchange for dying with my boyfriend? Even if Lin Yuan could do such a request, he absolutely did not want to do it. Then Wen Yu returned to her room and prepared to eat some angel fish of Bliss's fish coat in preparation for the Celestial Council. Since Lin Yuan had nothing to do, he went to the back mountain to check on the construction of the underground space. As expected of a Class 5 spirit craftsman, Hu Quan personally supervised the work and led over 400 Class 3 and 4 spirit craftsmen to build with all their might. At that moment, the prototype of the underground space had been completely built, and the next step was some delicate work. For example, Hu Quan wanted to build the underground space into an underground palace. Every inch of the underground space's stone walls would be engraved with murals. He would also use the blue firing technique to paint the murals. It would take at least half a year to complete this part. It could be said that under such circumstances, the underground space could already be used. When Lin Yuan finished exploring the underground space and walked out, he happened to see Hu Quan and said to him, "You're right. The second part was even more." End of this chapter. Chapter 10:20. Uncle Hu helped me build the interior of the mountain, which is also the end of the underground space. I'll use that place in a few days. After that, I'll seal this place off. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Hu Quan patted his chest and said, "That's right. Don't worry, Lin Yuan. The area at the end of the underground space is the sturdiest. You instructed me before, so I asked Listen to find a lot of diamond uranium steel when I was building it. After I got the radium uranium steel, I used it to reinforce the internal walls of the mountain. I don't plan on carving murals in this place. Carving murals on a wall made of radium uranium steel is simply asking for trouble. Therefore, I intend to paste a layer of sheep fat jade on the surface of the radium uranium steel. The sheep fat jade is pure white, and just by reflecting the light of the sun reflection king lotus, it can make the inside of the mountain as bright as the outside." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan knew that Hu Quan had spent a lot of effort on the underground space's construction. Lin Yuan hurriedly replied, "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Hu." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Hu Quan hurriedly waved his hand. "How can this be considered hard work? This is simply a pleasure. You are not a spirit craftsman, so you will not be able to understand the joy of a spirit craftsman creating a satisfactory work. Right now, the underground space and the hidden dragon lake are more or less complete. The rest of the mural carvings and the construction of the pavilion on the hidden dragon lake can be left to those brats. To be honest, I've been hooked by the pearls you've given me for the past 2 days. Now I can finally calm down and go into seclusion. I can think about how to weave the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls for you with the 107 pearls containing the Lan Lan Shan and the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl containing the goddess Gerbera." Upon hearing Hu Quan's words, Lin Yuan laughed heartily. Uncle Hu's craftsmanship is the best in the entire manor. In Uncle Hu's hands, these heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls will definitely shine with the most beautiful light. Hu Quan looked at Lin Yuan and suddenly felt that his 6 months had been a little surreal. In half a year, he had gone from a Class 4 spirit craftsman with the most negative reviews in the royal capital to an upstart among the Class 5 spirit craftsmen. Every day, he used spirit materials that he didn't even dare to think about half a year ago. His current gains were all thanks to this young man in front of him. Hu Quan raised his fist and said firmly, Young Master, after becoming a Class 5 spirit craftsman, I realized that the world after becoming a Class 5 spirit craftsman is far vaster than that of a Class 4 spirit craftsman. Although there are no higher stars after Class 5 spirit craftsman, my desire to move forward will never change. When Lin Yuan heard Hu Quan's words, he raised his eyebrows, not knowing why Hu Quan suddenly wanted to show his determination. I wonder if Uncle Hu has heard that the Radiance Federation has opened the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. All the veteran factions and pinnacle factions are preparing to start exploring the Abyss world. The world is developing. Nothing is impossible. All of us are pioneers of the times. No one can say if there will be a 6-star spirit craftsman in the future. Creation Masters have the same star class as other lifestyle class spirit chi professionals. So, Uncle Hu, let us improve together. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Hu Quan felt that he, an old man, was also infected with the vigor of a youth. After talking with Hu Quan for a while, Lin Yuan thought of Yin Lin and Bei Su. Yin Lin had now become an Azure Envoy and was doing better than him. In terms of material matters, Lin Yuan hardly needed to care or contribute to Yin Lin. However, Bei Su was different. Lin Yuan was really afraid that something would happen to Bei Su in the Cave Continent's underground world, and that he would not be able to appear in the Celestial Council. Lin Yuan felt that it was time for him to arm Bei Su. However, Bei Su had just comprehended a willpower rune. If he rashly prepared a Fey for Bei Su, if the Fey did not match the willpower rune that Bei Su comprehended in the future, it would not be good for Bei Su's future development. Lin Yuan simply took out all the source-type items he had accumulated. He planned to see if there were any source-type items that Bei Su could contract without occupying his spiritual energy. Lin Yuan had accumulated more than 500 source-type items in his hands. This was the number he had obtained without deliberately collecting source-type items. After carefully rummaging through the 500-plus source-type items for a moment, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Some source-type items' contract conditions were a little harsh, and their abilities were very unorthodox. However, they were extremely useful for specific people. After Lin Yuan divided out such source-type items, he deliberately stored them. Among these 500 source-type items, there were indeed 2 that Bei Su could contract. However, the contract methods of these 2 source-type items conflicted. One of them was a source-type life form called the Dark Vine Possession. The Dark Vine Possession's contract condition was to be lodged in a spirit chi professional's flesh, which was a bit similar to the gold ring spine goo that Lin Yuan had encountered previously. However, the gold ring spine goo would eat away at the spirit chi professional's spine goo, causing the spirit chi professional's roots to be damaged. However, the Dark Vine Possession would not. The Dark Vine Possession only needed to absorb the energy in the spirit chi professional's body. If the spirit chi professional possessed by the Dark Vine could absorb enough energy every day, his body would never be affected. However, the Dark Vine Possession could only be used in an environment without light. In an environment with sufficient light, the Dark Vine Possession's leaves would curl up and enter a dormant state. It was suitable for Bei Su to contract the Dark Vine Possession. After all, even if it was noon in the underground world, it was not bright. However, this was equivalent to limiting Bei Su's strength when he reached the surface. The other source-type item was the Life Node Rock Crystal, which was very domineering. The Life Node Rock Crystal was somewhat similar to Lu Jie's Insect Queen. Once it was contracted, it could not contract any source-type items or phase through the body. In other words, Bei Su could not contract source-type items or phase through the blood contract or the body. However, Bei Su's method of using spiritual energy to contract phase was still retained. This was also the place where the Life Node Rock Crystal's conditions were more relaxed than the Insect Queen's contract. After Bei, Su contracted the life node rock crystal. A layer of crystal-like skin would grow on the surface of his body, which was equivalent to increasing Bei Su's defense. This would allow Bei Su to have an additional guarantee in the cave continent's underground world. The source-type life node rock crystal was also very easy to nurture and did not need pure spirit chi to increase its grade and quality. Instead, like red thorn, it needed to constantly devour to improve. However, red thorn devoured flesh, while the life node rock crystal was a life that ate soil. It needed to constantly devour ores and metals to grow. The life node rock crystal also did not need Bei Su to comprehend the willpower rune himself. Just like the acid corrosion queen bee, the life node rock crystal could comprehend the willpower rune on its own when it reached Diamond X/Legend. Lin Yuan felt that the life node rock crystal was more suitable for Bei Su. After all, the cave continent's underground world was rich in rocks, ores, and metals, which was very convenient for enhancing the source-type life node rock crystal. After helping Bei Su choose the source-type item, Lin Yuan found Wen Yu in the training room, just like when he entered the Celestial Council. He sat on a chair and entered the Celestial Council with Wen Yu. Chapter 3, Sad Face, end of this chapter. Chapter 10:21. In the middle of the layers of nebulae in the sky, two bright starlights suddenly lit up on the ecliptic Lord's throne, which was originally emitting golden light. Following that, a gigantic nebula of the Leo constellation and Libra constellation appeared above the Leo and Libra constellation. The Leo and Libra nebulae's light overshadowed the other main constellation nebulae that were originally side by side. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu's figures appeared on the thrones of the Leo and Libra constellations. Wen Yu turned to look at Lin Yuan, who was sitting not far from her, and asked softly, "Young master, do you think we should start selecting the Celestial Council's third and fourth members first? It's better if I direct the Perseus Nebula and Virgo Nebula of the northern and southern sky to summon Bei Su and Yin Lin over. After Yin Lin and Bei Su arrive and finish talking, we'll leave some time to select the Celestial Council's third and fourth members." Upon hearing Wen Yu's words, Lin Yuan frowned slightly and pondered slightly. He could carry out the Celestial Council's selection of members first and hide it from Yin Lin and Bei Su. He would let all the Celestial Council members not know how they had been selected. There was an advantage in doing so, which was to increase the sense of mystery. However, such an approach would imperceptibly reduce the old members' recognition of the new members. Moreover, Yin Lin and Bei Su had also signed a contract with the Immortal Nebula and Virgo Nebula thrones and were considered on the same side. Therefore, in Lin Yuan's opinion, this sense of mystery was far less important than the old members' recognition of the new members. According to Wen Yu, the Celestial Council's members could be selected. Then, Lin Yuan could have a certain degree of control over the selected members of the Celestial Council. Although the Celestial Council could scatter sparks everywhere in the main world, it was not easy for sparks to become blazing flames. It was very likely that the sparks would be extinguished before they could burn. If possible, Lin Yuan was even willing to arrange for one more Celestial Council member in the cave continent so that this new member could take care of Bei Su. After checking Bei Su's life history, Lin Yuan felt a little sorry for him. In terms of profits, if Bei Su died, all of Lin Yuan's previous investments would be equivalent to going down the drain. In addition, the location of the spatial tunnel in the return from faraway mansion's underground space would be completely completed in 2 days. At that time, he could open the spatial tunnel leading to the Divine Wood Federation at any time. Therefore, if the members of the Celestial Body Council happened to be in the Divine Wood Federation, or in the Iron Hammer Federation, or the Deep Brahmin Federation outside of the Divine Wood Federation of the Astonishing Pattern Great Path, they would definitely be able to survive. It was the same as giving Lin Yuan a native helper on his path to the shock-pattern continent. At the thought of this, Lin Yuan said, "That's right. Let's hold the fourth Celestial Body Conference first. After the meeting for 15 minutes, we will decide the choice of the 2 new members of the Celestial Council." Upon hearing that, a cat's eye stone immediately appeared in the center of her forehead. This cat's eye stone appeared very abruptly, especially in the Celestial Body Council, where everything was illusory and even Lin Yuan's and Wenyu's figures were composed of willpower and laws. The halo flowing on this real cat's eye stone caused the celestial bodies to change, just like the core of all the nebulae. Suddenly, the cat's eye stone on her forehead seemed to open. Then the Andromeda Nebula and the Perseus Nebula lit up. The moment the Andromeda Nebula and the Perseus Nebula lit up, Lin and Bei Su's were pulled into the Celestial Council. They had been looking forward to the 4th Celestial Council, as early as the end of the 3rd Celestial Council. Upon seeing Wenyu and Lin Yuan, both of them revealed joy and intimacy. Upon seeing them, Lin Yuan gently tapped his fingers on the armrest of the Leo throne and said, "It's been a long time. The duration of this Celestial Council has not changed, and it's still 30 minutes. However, we only have 15 minutes to talk. In the remaining 15 minutes, the Celestial Council will welcome 2 new members." Lin and Bei Su were immediately stunned when they heard Lin Yuan's words. Originally, when Lin and Bei Su saw so many seats beside them, they knew that it was very likely that there would be other people joining the Celestial Council in the future. They had long expected this in their hearts. However, when Lin Yuan said this, Lin and Bei Su could not help but have a trace of faint fear. Lin Yuan had given Lin light, saved Bei Su's life, and given him a fei. This gave Bei Su the capital to survive in the cave continent. Lin's fear was slightly less. After all, Lin had parents and family, and was also an Azure envoy. The only person Bei Su's vitality could get close to was Lin Yuan. Be it Lin or Bei Su, they were afraid that there would be newcomers joining the Celestial Council, and their presence in Lin Yuan would weaken. However, other than a faint sense of fear, Lin and Bei Su also had a lot of expectations in their hearts. The Celestial Council was like a family. Bei Su and Lin were also looking forward to the appearance of a new member in the family to fill up this family of 4. At that moment, Lin had something to say to Lin Yuan, but just as she was about to say it, she revealed a contemplative expression. Because Lin's azure clouded leopard and spirit speech white lion beast marks had been awakened, she had become the 4th Azure envoy. Lin, who had read so many books, naturally knew what it meant to be an Azure envoy and what kind of responsibilities they had. Logically speaking, Lin should not have directly revealed her identity as an Azure envoy. However, after much consideration, Lin still decided to speak. "Lion, I am now an Azure envoy of the Azure Federation." At this point, Lin added another sentence. "I was informed at the Celestial Council last time, but it was not confirmed at that time, so I did not mention it to you." Lin Yuan did not have a strong desire to control Lin and Bei Su. He was not a person with a strong desire to control. As long as Lin and Bei Su were loyal to the Celestial Council, Lin Yuan did not think it was a problem even if Lin and Bei Su had some ulterior motives. Lin Yuan had only found out by chance that Lin had become an Azure envoy from the conversations of the lords at the Dark Knight Assembly. Lin Yuan had not thought of confirming this matter with Lin at the Celestial Council this time. However, Lin had confessed to him without any defense, which surprised and touched him. Lin Yuan said softly, "Actually, you can also have secrets in your heart. You don't have to tell me about the Azure Envoy's matters. I think you also know that the Azure Envoy is very important, so you don't have to tell me about it. Although Lin had revealed her identity to Lin Yuan, if she really told him about what she knew as an Azure envoy. Although Lin had exposed her family to Lin Yuan, if she really told him what she knew as an Azure envoy, she would not be able to do so. Lin really felt that it was inappropriate. Chapter 10:22. Now, Lin Yuan's words made Lin unnecessary to be at a loss. Lin felt that she was always so relaxed with Lin Yuan. Lin thought about the faction territory she had already bought and said to Lin Yuan, "I'm not sure. Lion, I've already established my force. It's just that I've just obtained my faction, and I haven't had the time to build my territory yet. Therefore, I still need to think about the development of my faction." Upon hearing Lin's words, Lin Yuan raised his brows. As expected of an Azure envoy of the Azure Federation, Lin had already obtained her own territory so quickly. Of course, this also meant that Lin was very attentive to the task he had given her. When it came to the Azure envoy's duties, Lin Yuan should not understand too much. However, he was still very interested in the construction of Lin's faction. Lin Yuan asked, "You already have your territory, so the next step is to start building it according to your faction's functions. Do you have any thoughts on the organization's functions?" Hearing that, Lin immediately said confidently, "Currently, I have two plans for the organization's functions. The first aspect is to use the military resources around me to explore and develop the water world. The second aspect is to use the geographical conditions of my current territory to protect and cultivate hundreds of rare corals within the territory. I plan to take care of these two aspects. The first aspect is the exploration of the water world, which allows me to use the martial resources I control to obtain resources in the water world. The second aspect is to make use of the Creation Master resources that I have and use the martial force resources to obtain materials from the water world to develop the Creation Master resources." Upon hearing Lin's words, Lin Yuan nodded. It could be said that Lin was quite experienced in the development of forces. Moreover, Lin's identity as an Azure Blue emissary meant that she was able to set up her own functions according to the local conditions and fully mobilize the resources that she controlled. He could already predict that Lin's faction would soon develop and grow in the Azure Federation. It was even easier than developing Sky City in the Radiance Federation. Just as Lin Yuan was about to say something, Lin continued to speak. "Lion, have you heard of the Blue Splendor route? After I became an Azure envoy, I obtained a mature island whale. Although rare coral resources are precious in the Azure Federation, there are still some forces that manage them. I plan to use the island whale I obtained to run the brilliant Blue Sea route for inter-federation trade. In this way, the value of these rare coral resources will increase exponentially." Upon hearing Lin's words, Lin Yuan, and when you looked at each other, Lin did not know that they were from the Radiance Federation. He now had the ability to trade across the Federation, and there were 3 of them. The first was to use when used Sacred Source Life Form, the Celestial Council's Astral Spirit Share, to transfer items during the Celestial Council's proceedings. It was just that this method of exchanging resources was too costly and extravagant. It could not be used on a large scale. The second was the floating island whale. After the Spirit Lock spatial zone had evolved, the incubation time of the floating island whale had been greatly shortened. Even so, it would take more than 3 months for the floating island whale to hatch. The third was the ethereal jellyfish's exclusive skill, Space Tunnel. However, while the stability of the space tunnel was stable, it could only be used against the Federation. Due to the distance, he could only point to the Divinewood Federation, so he had never carried out inter-federation trade. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought of an idea. "Is there any difficulty in developing rare coral resources?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lin revealed a bitter smile. even if Lin became an Azure envoy and obtained powerful military resources through her family's connections. However, Lin, who did not have much foundation, did not have many creation master resources. Rare coral species phase were all delicate little things, and they required a lot of creation master resources to maintain them at all times. Among them, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that contained all kinds of pure elemental energy were consumed the most. For things like creating resources, Lin couldn't rely too much on her family. Through his conversation with Lin, Lin Yuan knew about her difficulties and immediately said, "Don't worry. Since that's the case, why don't we cooperate or make a deal? When you send someone to control the island whale through the Radiance Blue route to the Radiance Federation for trade, you can go to the Radiance Federation's royal capital to look for the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's manager. When the time comes, tell Listen the number of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls needed for each attribute. The next day, I'll send someone to Listen to collect heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls of various attributes." Upon hearing that, Lin was slightly startled. Lin, who had been chosen as an Azure envoy, was naturally a smart person. From Lin Yuan's words, she guessed that he was likely from the Radiance Federation. Even if he wasn't, he would definitely have a significant foundation in the Radiance Federation. At the same time, Lin also knew that Lin Yuan had unimaginable high-class creation master resources in his hands. Things like heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were just a number to Lin Yuan. It could be said that Lin Yuan had directly solved the problem that her faction had encountered when starting out. In Lin's opinion, this wasn't a deal or cooperation at all, but selfless help. Lin Yuan had already given her light, and she would never be able to repay it in her lifetime. Under such circumstances, Lin naturally didn't want to accept Lin Yuan's help for nothing. Lin hoped that she could also bring some value to Lin Yuan. "Then I'll prepare heavy water according to the number of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls I need for Listen." Upon hearing Lin's words, Lin Yuan nodded. The price of something like heavy water in the Radiance Federation was often more than double that of an extraordinary flame. With the opening of the Class 6 Abyss Rift in the Radiance Federation, more factions would go to the Abyss world to explore. The price of heavy water in the Radiance Federation would even slowly become 2 to 3 times that of an extraordinary flame. Furthermore, heavy water had the same effect as an extraordinary flame on fire elemental phase. Many water elemental phase had a requirement for heavy water if they wanted to enhance their bloodline. Lin Yuan currently didn't have any phase that required heavy water. However, heavy water could indeed be used as a kind of resource to preserve value and be collected. Listening to Lin Yuan and Lin's conversation, Bei Su, who had been excited and ready to tell Lin Yuan about the results of these 7 days, slowly became lonely. Compared to Lin, Bei Su felt that he was simply making no progress. The more Bei Su thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He had clearly worked very hard. He had even worked so hard that getting injured was a common occurrence. In these 7 days, he had wandered on the edge of life and death at least 4 or 5 times. However, not only did he not have a clue about building a faction, but he also didn't even recruit a single subordinate. Chapter 1023. Lin Yuan, who had just finished discussing the cooperation with Lin, naturally noticed Bei Su's expression. Upon seeing Bei Su's depressed expression, Lin Yuan nodded at Wen Yu. He let Wen Yu display the Celestial Council's function, the astral throne, and then sacrifice some of the useless rules in the princess dress. He then sent the source-type life formation rock crystal he had chosen for Bei Su. The depressed Bei Su heard Lin Yuan say, "I've given you another small gift this time. I've given you another small gift this time. Take it slow. Don't be depressed. A hard-working person will never be treated badly. Lin Yuan's words were like a beam of light on Bei Su's body. Lin also noticed Bei Su's emotions and hurriedly said, "I can't build a faction now. I can't build a faction now without relying on myself. If I had to do it myself, I definitely wouldn't be able to do it without a year." When Bei Su heard Lin's words, he immediately pursed his lips a little shyly. Other than his mother, Bei Su had never been comforted by any other female creature in his life. For a moment, Bei Su could not help but blush. While feeling shy, Lin's words did make Bei Su feel much better. Bei Su had a cheerful personality, so his depression came and went quickly. Bei Su had already begun to tell Lin Yuan, Wenyu, and Lin about his experiences in the past 7 days. Lin Yuan, Wenyu, and Lin's scalps tingled when they heard Bei Su's near-death experience. Lin Yuan felt that it was all thanks to the elite blade shadow bats Bat Swarm absorb. Otherwise, Bei Su would not have survived until now. Lin Yuan thought of the life formation rock crystal he had just sent to Bei Su through the astral throne. With the life formation rock crystal, Bei Su, who liked to go back and forth between life and death, should have a better chance of survival. Once the 15 minutes were up, Wenyu, who was sitting on the throne of Libra, coughed lightly and said, "Lion, it's time to choose the other 2 members of the Celestial Council. Next, it's time to choose the other 2 members of the Celestial Council." Lin Yuan nodded in response. He had long been impatient for the 2 new members of the Celestial Council. As a result, when you activated the cat eyes on her forehead, all the other constellations and nebulas flickered, except for Virgo and Perseus. Then, a body formed by a cold will appear in the Celestial Council. The body formed by the cold was that of a woman. At this moment, the woman was in a state of confusion. She did not know why she had appeared in this place. After this woman appeared, Bei Su and Lin simultaneously held their breaths. He thought that this woman would be his future companion. However, Lin Yuan and Wenyu did not think so. Their expressions had become interesting. Lin Yuan and Wenyu, who were sitting on the thrones of the 12 ecliptic major constellations, could probe the woman's experience. Lin Yuan felt as though he was reading a book about a woman's experience. And this woman was definitely a vicious supporting female character in the novels. Not only was this woman vicious, but she was also somewhat foolish in Lin Yuan's opinion. This was because the wish that this woman had made before entering the Celestial Council was, "If I can make my sister lose this pregnancy, I am willing to exchange everything I have for it." Lin Yuan's brows twitched wildly as he shook his head at her. If he were to let this woman stay, he would become an expert at aborting babies. When you saw Lin Yuan shake his head, she immediately kicked the woman out of the Celestial Council. Following that, another figure formed from willpower replaced the woman's position. Lin and Bei Su were stunned when they saw this scene. Bei Su and Lin had originally thought that it was fate that they could enter the Celestial Council. However, it now seemed that it was not as simple as fate at all. The 2 people sitting on the golden thrones in front of them had taken the initiative to choose to redeem themselves. This made Lin Yuan and Wenyu's kindness even more important in Bei Su and Lin's hearts. The second person, like Bei Su, came from a continent that Lin Yuan had never heard of before. This person's identity was also somewhat interesting. He was actually a son-in-law of a wealthy family, commonly known as a son-in-law. The man had appeared here because he had suffered a lot of anger from the woman's parents. The man's daughter had also been pulling the fur of a precious dog species Fae that her mother-in-law was raising. Her mother-in-law had pressed her daughter into the dog species Fae's exquisite little nest and ordered her to reflect on herself. This caused the man to feel a sense of disgust. The man's wish was, "If I can make the god of war return, I am willing to exchange everything I have for it. Lin Yuan did not understand what the God of War's return meant. He asked, "What are you going to do if the God of War returns?" The man who had entered the Celestial Council clearly did not understand the situation and was curiously looking at the brilliant nebula above the Celestial Council. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, he replied without thinking, "The God of War has returned. 100,000 warriors will descend from the sky and trample." Before the man could finish speaking, Lin Yuan asked Wen Yu to kick him out of the Celestial Council. Those who could descend from the sky were at least king-class experts. How dare a gluttonous and lazy gigolo like you think of 100,000 king-class experts? In particular, when Wen Yu heard the man's words, she gritted her teeth. It was all thanks to that wealthy family's young lady who had recruited 88 son-in-laws for the sake of luck that the man in front of her had become inconspicuous. If she had really recruited only this man in front of her, just based on the petty thievery he had done, who knew how many times he would have been divorced by the wealthy family? However, would this wealthy family's young lady's body be able to withstand 88 son-in-laws at once? At that thought, Wen Yu frowned doubtfully. Why should I think about whether that wealthy family's young lady's body could withstand it? Wen Yu shook her head and emptied her mind. She continued to control the nebula of the northern and southern constellations to guide the third person to the Celestial Council. This person's body, which was condensed from willpower, was extremely weak. He must have comprehended the willpower rune not long ago. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows as he checked the third person's experience. He did not expect the third person to be from the On Continent's Iron Hammer Federation. Although this person was not in the Divine Wood Federation, which he was about to go to, he was also from the On Continent. The third person was a youth about the same age as Chu Xiai and had an ordinary background. Compared to Bei Su, he was slightly better. At least, he had the love of his family. His grandfather was the leader of a small tribe, and the youth had the talent of a creation master. The tribe members were very respectful to the youth. Through the youth's experience, Lin Yuan not only had an understanding of the youth in front of him, at the same time, he also had a deeper understanding of the entire Iron Hammer Federation. Upon seeing Wen Yu's questioning gaze, Lin Yuan nodded. The youth was willing to use everything in exchange for a chance for his family to survive. Since Lin Yuan had encountered such a wish, he naturally had to fulfill it. However, this youth's situation was different from Lin and Bei Su's at that time. At that time, Lin and Bei Su's situation was not considered urgent, so Lin Yuan could give Lin and Bei Su 7 days to consider. He would then let Lin and Bei Su decide if they wanted to join the Celestial Council. However, the youth in front of him obviously could not. In a few hours, the Ironhoof tribe, where the youth was, would be attacked by the Black Copper Federation. According to the youth's consciousness, Lin Yuan knew that the Ironhoof tribe's strongest Fae was just a silver stone mole that the youth's grandfather had contracted. The Black Copper tribe, which had a Class 2 creation master, had several gold Faes. It could be said that the Ironhoof tribe did not even have a chance to resist the Black Copper tribe's attack. Therefore, Lin Yuan needed to immediately solve the youth's problem. Chapter 10:24. Speaking of solutions to the youth's problems, Lin Yuan had thought of two in just a moment. However, Lin Yuan needed to weigh the pros and cons carefully as to which one to use. The first method was for Lin Yuan to pass one of the ethereal jellyfish's main tentacles to the youth named Trey through the Celestial Council. Then, he would open the spatial tunnel to the Divine Wood Federation and teleport to the Divine Wood Federation through it. Lin Yuan would then use the ethereal jellyfish's exclusive skill to open a spatial tunnel to the Iron Hammer Federation. By then, Lin Yuan could easily get rid of the Black Copper tribe alone. If the Black Copper tribe disappeared, the Iron Hoof tribe, where Trey was, would naturally survive. However, there were two drawbacks to this method. On the one hand, opening the spatial tunnel to the divine would disrupt Lin Yuan's original plan and rhythm. After all, once the spatial tunnel was opened, Lin Yuan would have to make arrangements. He would have to build his base in the spatial tunnel and nurture the silver splendor around the base. He would have to turn the base into a forbidden area on the agrocontinent that would make people tremble in fear. At the same time, this method would also need to consume one of the ethereal jellyfish's main tentacles. It would take a year to grow one of the ethereal jellyfish's main tentacles. Even with the ethereal jellyfish's main tentacles, it would still need a lot of spatial spiritual materials. The spatial tunnel from the Radiance Federation to the Divine Federation would need to consume half of the spatial mother shellfish's outer shell. Even if the Divine Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation did not need to cross continents like the Divine Federation and the Radiance Federation, the distance would not be close. Lin Yuan did not have so many spatial spiritual materials on hand to consume. Through Trey's experience, Lin Yuan had a deep understanding of the Iron Hammer Federation's importance to creation masters. Any creation master in the Iron Hammer Federation would be accompanied by an Iron Hammer warrior assigned by the Iron Hammer Empire. The weakest of these Iron Hammer warriors was King Class, and they were there to protect the creation masters. Lin Yuan was naturally not afraid of ordinary King Class experts. However, erasing a Class 2 tribe and an Iron Hammer Federation recognized would inevitably cause the Iron Hammer Empire to conduct a strict investigation. It was impossible for the other tribes to not know about the conflict between the Black Copper tribe and the Iron Hoof tribe. At that time, the Iron Hoof tribe would naturally become the target of the Iron Hammer Kingdom's strict investigation. If he really followed the first method, he would just let the Iron Hoof tribe die a slow death, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Therefore, he ruled out the first method in his heart. As for the second method, it was much simpler. The Iron Hammer Federation placed great importance on creation masters. As long as he could allow Trey to quickly become a Class 1 creation master recognized by the Iron Hammer dynasty in the Celestial Council, Trey would be able to quickly become a Class 1 creation master. Then all the problems would be easily solved. It was much easier for the Iron Hammer Federation to recognize a Class 1 creation master as compared to the Radiance Federation. If a Spirit Chi professional wanted to take the Creation Master exam in the Radiance Federation, they would need to choose 3 lifestyle occupations. Only by attaining Class 1 in these 3 lifestyle class occupations would they be considered to have completed the prerequisite for the Class 1 Creation Master exam. Only then would they be able to participate in the Class 1 Creation Master exam. The Radiance Federation's Class 1 Creation Master exam was usually to enhance the phase grade. Lin Yuan had experienced the Class 1 and Class 2 Creation Master exam at the Redbud City's Creation Master Guild, so he was naturally very clear about the Radiance Federation's Class 1 and Class 2 Creation Master exam. However, according to Trey's knowledge, the Iron Hammer Federation's Creation Master exam might be due to the scarcity of creation masters. The Class 1 Creation Master exam was extremely simple. It only required 3 knowledge class occupations, such as Scholar, Spiritual Ingredient Analyst, and Fey Observer. Then, one could apply to the Iron Hammer Federation's Iron Hammer Kingdom to become a Class 1 Creation Master. The Iron Hammer Kingdom would then send specialized personnel to conduct a detailed exam on the applicant with the knowledge of Scholar, Spiritual Ingredient Analyst, and Fey Observer. Once the 3 knowledge class occupations were confirmed to be qualified, the Class 1 Creation Master title would be conferred. There was no need to concoct spirit fluids like the Radiance Federation and take an exam to upgrade the phase grade. After all, the foundation for a creation master to concoct spirit fluids required a lot of knowledge. Only during the Class 2 Creation Master exam would the Iron Hammer Kingdom allow the Creation Master to concoct the spirit fluids for real. Lin Yuan guessed that the Iron Hammer Federation had such a loose Class 1 Creation Master exam was to expand the Federation's foundation of low-class Creation Masters. Therefore, in order to resolve Tally's difficulties, Lin Yuan only needed to let Wenyu execute the Celestial Council's Star Spirit Chair. Then he would let Genius use its exclusive skill, Interconnection Tale, to imbue Tally with the knowledge of Class 1 Scholar, Fey Observer, and Spiritual Ingredient Analyst. As long as Tally had the knowledge of Class 1 Scholar, Spiritual Ingredient Analyst, and Fey Observer, even if he didn't know how to concoct spirit fluids, he could still become a Class 1 Creation Master recognized by the Iron Hammer Kingdom. Due to Tally becoming a Class 1 Creation Master, the Iron Hoof Tribe would naturally become a Class 1 tribe recognized by the Iron Hammer Kingdom. At the same time, the Iron Hoof Tribe would also send Iron Hammer warriors to the Iron Hoof Tribe to protect Tally's safety. The Iron Hammer Federation strictly prohibited conflicts between star tribes, but in order to ensure the rights of the High Star tribes. The High Star tribes had the absolute right to expel the Earth Star tribes. Due to the frequent wars with the Divine Wood Federation, the Iron Hammer Federation's vast land was sparsely populated. The High Star tribes could use the right to expel the Low Star tribes out of their original territory and let the Low Star tribes settle elsewhere. However, Lin Yuan didn't need to consider whether the Black Copper tribe would let the Iron Hoof tribe settle elsewhere, or whether the Iron Hoof tribe would be willing to move. Furthermore, Lin Yuan was willing to let the Iron Hoof tribe migrate in the direction of the Divine Wood Federation. The place Lin Yuan had asked Mystic Moon to help find was on the border between the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation. When the Iron Hoof tribe migrated to the vicinity of the Divine Wood Federation, Lin Yuan could get in touch with the Iron Hoof tribe through Tally. He would secretly help the Iron Hoof tribe and give them a chance encounter. This way, Lin Yuan could also use the Iron Hoof tribe as his hands and feet to develop in the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation at the same time. Tally was still in his sleep, grieving for the separation of his family. Just as he was grieving and desperate, he suddenly appeared in the middle of the starry sky. He looked at the nebula above his head that was constantly emitting magnificent radiance. For a moment, Tally seemed to have forgotten his worries and was immersed in the beautiful starry sky. He only felt that he was dreaming. However, Tally soon reacted. If it was a dream, his current feeling would not be so real. Chapter 10:25. Of course, Trey also had very realistic dreams. For example, in the middle of the night, he woke up to go to the toilet and went to a corner to pee. In the end, just when he felt comfortable treating the dream as reality, the bed was flooded with water. However, even though this kind of dream that was triggered by the changes in the body was real, it definitely wouldn't produce a scene that he had never imagined. Just as Trey was in a daze thinking about whether the scene in front of him was real or not, the godlike figure sitting on the golden throne in front of him said in a clear voice, "Welcome to the Celestial Council, Tally. Before you came to the Heavenly Body Council, you made a wish that if father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, and big brother didn't die, you would exchange everything for them, right?" Upon hearing that, Trey's mouth gaped open. Regardless of whether it was a dream or reality, Trey eagerly shouted at the top of his lungs, Are you a deity? How did you know my name and my wish?" "That's right. If you can keep father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, and big brother alive, I'll give you anything you want." Upon seeing that the youth seemed to have grasped onto hope and was shouting himself hoarse, Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't worry. I'm not a god. You can call me a lion. Upon hearing Lin Yuan say that he was not an immortal, Dale's hopeful expression suddenly froze. It was like a person in a desert seeing an oasis. However, when they trekked towards the oasis, they realized that the oasis they saw before was just a mirage. However, Lin Yuan's next words almost made him jump up in excitement. Although I am not a god, I have a way to let your family live. If you've really decided to exchange everything for the safety of your loved ones, then place your hand on the back of the chair behind you and sign a contract with the chair in front of you. Upon hearing that, Trey turned around and placed his hand on the back of the seat behind him without thinking. Immediately afterward, the faintly glowing celestial body above Trey's head suddenly lit up. He found that the celestial body formed by the nebula above Trey's head actually looked like a young lion cub. Lin Yuan could not help but reveal a surprised expression. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's expression, Wen Yu, who was beside him, spoke softly. Leo, Trey was guided to the Celestial Council by the Leo Minor of the Northern Sky constellation. While speaking, she looked at the constellation above Lin Yuan's head and then at Tally's. One of them was a Leo, and the other was a Leo Minor. Speaking of which, the two of them really had quite a bit of fate. When Tally had signed a contract with the Northern Sky constellation Leo Minor, he had used the useless or incomplete willpower in the princess dress as the price. He asked Genius to execute its exclusive skill, Interlinked Tale, to transmit all of Talay's knowledge regarding the Class 1 Scholar, Class 1 Fey Observer, and Class 1 Spiritual Ingredient Analyst. While transmitting the knowledge, Lin Yuan's brows were twitching wildly. Previously, he had used the Jasmine Lily's heal ability and exclusive skill, Severed Connection, to transfer vitality into Lin's body. He did not spend much willpower to transfer the vitality to Lin. However, the amount of willpower required to transmit Trey's knowledge to him was more than 3 times the amount of willpower required to heal Lin's eyes. The moment Tally had signed a contract with the Northern Sky constellation Leo Minor, Trey had completely mastered the knowledge regarding the Class 1 Scholar, Class 1 Fey Observer, and Class 1 Spiritual Ingredient Analyst. Since the vitality had been used on Lin's body, she could only sense Lin Yuan's gift when she returned to reality. The knowledge that Genius had transmitted to Trey was directly used on the soul and spirit. At that moment, Trey found that a lot of knowledge that he had never heard of had appeared in his mind out of thin air. The moment he felt this knowledge, Trey's body trembled with excitement. Without needing Lin Yuan to say anything, Trey also knew how to save his family after he had mastered this knowledge. The extremely excited Trey could not help but say to Lin Yuan, "Leo, thank you." "Lion, thank you?" Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan revealed a faint smile. "You're welcome. But even if you become a Class 1 Creation Master and obtain the recognition of the Iron Hammer Dynasty, the Black Copper Tribe probably won't let the Iron Hoof Tribe stay in its original place. If the tribe needs to migrate, then migrate to the intersection of the Iron Hammer Federation and the Divine Wood Federation." Lin Yuan did not say why he wanted the Iron Hoof Tribe to migrate in the direction of the Divine Wood Federation, and Trey did not ask much. This was because Trey knew that since the person sitting on the golden throne was willing to save him, he would definitely not harm him after saving him. He was from a small tribe, and the only thing that shone on him was his creation master talent. However, the person sitting on the golden throne in front of him could casually create a Class 1 creation master through a method that he had never heard of. Trey, who came from a humble background, had been saved at the most critical time and given a bright future. Trey's heart had long been filled with gratitude to the person who had saved him. After confirming that Trey would become the 3rd member of the Celestial Council, when you continued to use the celestial body to guide others to the Celestial Council. However, the selection of the 4th Celestial Council member was not smooth. A series of 5 or 6 people were chased out by Lin Yuan and Wen Yu's frowns. These 5 or 6 people were each more unreliable than the other. One of them was even from the Radiance Federation. However, no one knew what this person from the Radiance Federation was daydreaming about. His request was so strange that he wanted to become the Radiance Federation's 14th Eminence. Lin Yuan expressed that he wanted to become the Radiance Federation's Eminence. Why didn't he see if he could afford it? After participating in the Nix Assembly, Lin Yuan had a deeper understanding of the title of Eminence. The reason why Eminence was respected was not just because of its strength. It was more because Eminence was silently shouldering the responsibility of protecting the entire Radiance Federation, so it was loved and respected by all Radiance people. When this person was daydreaming, it was tantamount to blaspheming Her Majesty. Yin Lin and Bei Su were already used to Lin Yuan, and Wen Yu constantly kicking out those who were brought to the Celestial Council. Trey did not pay attention to this at all. He had been immersed in the joy of being able to save his family. However, because it was also his first time coming to the Celestial Council, he was very nervous while feeling happy. Bei Su and Yin Lin saw that Lin Yuan and Wen Yu had been busy, so they found a topic to chat with Trey. In just a few words, the 3 of them became familiar with each other. As time passed, the more they filtered, the more Lin Yuan and Wen Yu frowned. Chapter 10:26. Gradually, Wen Yu's face began to turn pale. Lin Yuan knew that Wen Yu would be hosting the Celestial Council in 2 or 3 minutes. Lin Yuan said to Wen Yu, "Guide the last person through the Celestial Council. If this person can't do it, we'll decide on the 4th member during the next Celestial Council meeting." While Lin Yuan was speaking, he saw a figure with 4 intents entwined around it appear in the Celestial Council. At the same time, Lin Yuan smelled a familiar aura from this figure. This aura was the aura of a sacred source life form. However, this sacred source life form's aura was a little strange. It clearly existed, but it was very weak, as though it could disappear at any time. Wen Yu blinked her eyes in surprise when she saw the figure being guided over. "Lion, the person that was brought here has a sacred source life form. I used the Celestial Council to sense it, but I can't sense this person's sacred source life form's ability. This means that this person's sacred source life form class is definitely higher than the Celestial Council's." While speaking, Wen Yu noticed that Lin Yuan was frowning. Lin Yuan had begun to investigate the life history of this woman with 4 intents entwined around her and the sacred source life form's aura. During the process, Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched wildly. Lin Yuan felt that he and Wen Yu should go buy lottery tickets. Currently, apart from himself and Wen Yu, there were only 4 people in the Celestial Council. One of them was the Azure Envoy, and the other was the Dark Envoy. Since when were the Federation envoys that represented the various federations so worthless? Lin Yuan had a very deep impression of the continent that this woman came from. The Dark Federation could be said to be the first federation that Lin Yuan had come into contact with other than the Radiance Federation. Although Lin Yuan had never been to the Dark Federation, he had a lot of spatial equipment in his possession. However, he did not expect such a huge change to happen in the Dark Federation. The royal power had changed hands. The entire Dark Continent was ruled by the 7th Page War. The Dark Federation was not a small federation. It was a rather prestigious existence among the major federations in the main world. There were a total of 7 small federations on the Dark Continent. In the beginning, these 7 small federations were like the Iron Hammer Federation, the Divine Wood Federation, and the Deep Lush Federation. Later, as they fought, the 7 small federations realized that fighting each other wouldn't end well for them, so they simply joined forces. The original 7 small federations on the Dark Continent were inconspicuous among the many federations in the main world, but their combined strength was far beyond that of ordinary federations. Although it could not be compared to the Radiance Federation, it was much better than the Divine Wood Federation that he was going to later. If one had to compare the Divine Wood Federation with the Dark Federation, the Divine Wood Federation would probably have to join forces with the Iron Hammer Federation and the Deep Lavender Federation to be able to compete with the peak strength of the Dark Federation. Such a powerful federation was destroyed by Seventh Page War just like that. According to the influence in Su Iran's mind, Lin Yuan finally witnessed Seventh Page War with his own eyes. He knew what the 7 pages of war looked like. The gray-haired, gray-eyed man who had almost killed Lu Jie and the Insect Queen in the evolving Water World Dimensional Rift was 7th Page War's subordinate. It was from the gray-haired, gray-eyed man that Lin Yuan learned of the Tower Cannon and the 7th Page War's name. The image of 7th Page War in Su Iran's mind stunned Lin Yuan. It could be said that 7th Page War's strength was beyond Lin Yuan's imagination. When 7th Page War's sacred source life form, the war knell, sounded, almost all living creatures lost their lives under the mournful music. After these creatures lost their lives, their bones would quickly absorb the nutrients from their flesh and blood. Their bones quickly grew out of their bodies and became puppets controlled by the war knell. 7th Page War sat quietly on the sacred source life form's radiant chariot, watching the puppets transformed by the war knell set off endless killings on the Dark Continent. Feeling the aura of 7th Page War in Su Iran's memory, Lin Yuan felt that this aura should only be comparable to Mystic Moon, who had helped Endless Summer survive the creation calamity. According to Su Iran's memory, Lin Yuan found that Su Iran's early situation should be similar to Zhongzhe and Gulang's. They were all prodigies. Su Iran began to enjoy the life of the Dark Continent from birth. Su Iran had comprehended 4 willpower runes in her 20s and contracted a sacred source life form. For Su Iran to become a Dark Envoy, she was definitely strong enough. Lin Yuan, who was looking into Su Iran's memory, suddenly found a piece of shocking news. The Tower Cannon's 7th Page War was not a human, but a plant fae. However, after Su Iran had been stranded in the Divine Wood Federation, she had been living in suffering. Like a beggar, she had been bullied in the Divine Wood Federation. Every once in a while, she would endure the pain in her soul. While Lin Yuan, and when you were looking into Su Iran's experience, Su Iran suddenly looked at them and said, "The aura of a sacred source life form." It's the aura of a sacred source life form. Looks like I'm in a sacred source life form state. Upon hearing Su Iran's words, Bei Su and Tally did not think much of it. Bei Su and Tally usually could not come into contact with sacred source life forms at their level. However, when she heard about sacred source life forms, Lin was stunned. Lin had yet to contract a sacred source life form, but her grandfather had prepared a sacred source life form for her. Lin hadn't chosen the sacred source life form because she didn't want to delay the Heavenly Body Conference. Therefore, Lin, who had not contracted a sacred source life form, could not sense what was going on with the Heavenly Body Council. However, Lin understood from Zhou Iran's words. Lin smiled knowingly. At the same time, she began to look forward to the sacred source life form she was about to form a contract with. Lin Yuan did not deny her words. Instead, he nodded and said, "That's right. You're right. Before entering the Celestial Council, your wish was for me to survive. I'm willing to exchange everything for it. I can let you, who are on the verge of death, live. I wonder if you will keep your promise?" Su Iran didn't say anything for a moment as she pondered in silence. When you saw that Zoel was deep in thought and asked after some thought, "I'm Tiancheng and he's Lion. What's your name?" Su Iren replied after a moment of silence. I'm Su Qing. Su Iren obviously did not know that Lin Yuan, and when you had already figured out everything about her. Based on her consciousness, they knew almost everything she knew. Lin Yuan, and when you looked at each other and smiled when they heard Su Iren say her name, was Su Qing. It seemed like the Dark Federation's dark envoy Su Iren was not very obedient. However, Lin Yuan did not expect a dark envoy to immediately choose to submit and form a contract with the throne after learning that she had been brought here because of a sacred source life form. At that moment, Su Iren spoke. Can I change my condition? You see, my body is made up of 4 intents, and I can sense that you have a sacred source life form. This means that I also have a sacred source life form. As she spoke, Lin Yuan's words exploded in her ears like a clap of thunder. Su Iren, you can't change your condition. I'm finally done with the 3rd chapter. Sob, sob, sob. Requesting monthly votes. Please support the following buttons. End of chapter. Chapter 10:27. Lin Yuan did not expect Su Iren's thoughts to be so clear after entering the Celestial Council. She could see the situation in front of her so quickly and wanted to show her value. She wanted to seek more opportunities for herself. Without needing Su Iren to speak, Lin Yuan knew what she wanted in exchange. Whether it was to take back the Dark Continent from 7th Page War or to restore the Dark Federation, Lin Yuan would not do it. If Su Iren had made these 2 wishes when she first came in, even if Lin Yuan liked her strength and ability as a Dark Envoy, he would not hesitate to let Wen Yu kick her out of the Celestial Council. Lin Yuan and 7th Page War were enemies, but he was from the Radiance Federation and had nothing to do with the Dark Federation. Lin Yuan and 7th Page War were enemies because 7th Page War had let its subordinates cause trouble in the Radiance Federation. Given Lin Yuan's strength, he could not take the Dark Continent from 7th Page War. Even if he could really take the Dark Continent from 7th Page War, Lin Yuan would not give the Dark Continent to Su Iren and let her restore the Dark Federation. Wouldn't it be better for him to develop the entire Dark Continent himself? After Su Iren understood that she had appeared in the center of the starry sky because of the sacred source life form, she began to plot in her mind. Even her name was fake, which was enough to see that she was not honest with them at all. What Lin Yuan had to do was to let Su Iren recognize reality. She had to recognize that she was a refugee who was about to die and lived like a beggar in the Divine Wood Federation. She was no longer a noble Dark Envoy of the Dark Federation. Su Iren immediately turned pale with fright when she heard Lin Yuan's words. She did not expect this person, whose body was composed of thousands of willpower and laws, to call out her name. This person, whose body was composed of thousands of willpower, called out her real name, which was equivalent to directly exposing her lies. However, Su Iren did not feel ashamed. Instead, she raised her head and fixed her eyes on Lin Yuan, who was sitting on the golden throne. Su Iren's mind worked quickly. Did this person know her name because he had felt the aura of her sacred source life form? As a Dark Envoy of the Dark Federation, Su Iren had always been high profile. Su Iren felt that it was possible for someone to recognize her based on the aura of her sacred source life form or her comprehended intent. No matter what, since this person could call out his name, he definitely knew his identity as a Dark Envoy of the Dark Federation. Thinking of this, Su Iren could not help but put on airs. Hee, since you can call out my name, you must know who I am. I think we can cooperate. Upon hearing Su Iren's words, Wen Yu, who was sitting beside him, suddenly erupted with an aura. Wen Yu said coldly, "The Dark Federation's strength is not bad compared to the other federations. However, it was still no match for the 7 pages of the Tower Cannon, and was easily defeated by them. I wonder if you, a Gloom Envoy who only exists in name, should reflect on your actions. A plank that looked sturdy broke from the inside. Finally, the entire plank turned into sawdust under Seventh Page War's hands. Is this what you want to talk about cooperation with us? When Yu's words were like a knife that sliced through Sue Eren's dignity. Zol's bloody wound was exposed. At that moment, Sue Eren's heart was filled with despair. At the same time, she was completely dumbfounded. He did not understand how this woman knew so much about the internal affairs of the Dark Federation. The Dark Federation had never traded with other federations. The only opportunity to contact other federations was to participate in the assembly of 10,000 states once every 5 years. So, Eren asked through gritted teeth, "Are you from the Dark Federation?" Lin Yuan shook his head and said calmly, "That's right. You guessed wrong. Not only do we know that the Dark Federation has been destroyed and the Dark Continent has changed owners, but we also know your current situation. Think about it carefully. Why did you promise me that as long as I could live, I would be willing to exchange everything for such an oath? The Celestial Body Conference will end in 1 minute, and you will lose your chance to choose. You won't be able to appear here again. Think about it carefully. You can only rely on yourself for the Dark Federation. There's always hope as long as you're alive, isn't there?" When Sue Eren heard Lin Yuan's words, she slowly lowered her head, thinking about something. Lin Yuan also thought a lot in his heart. In all fairness, whether it was Sue Eren's identity as a Dark Envoy or her strength, Lin Yuan valued both. However, it did not mean that Lin Yuan could accept his relationship with Sue Eren as a cooperative one. Sue Eren in the Divine Wood Federation did not have the capital to cooperate with him. Sue Eren's physical injuries were still manageable, but if he wanted to completely heal the injuries on her soul, it was obviously not enough to rely on Lin Yuan's cold cedar rosin. Lin Yuan would spend so much to restore Sue Eren's health, and then he would only cooperate with her. He would not do such a stupid thing. Moreover, he had a reason to make Sue Eren submit. After Lin Yuan came to the Divine Wood Federation through the ethereal jellyfish's exclusive skill, Space Tunnel, he could not spend all his time in the Divine Wood Federation. He could not always be in the Divine Wood Federation. Just like the Slaughter Sky Butterfly helped to take care of the swamp world, the Divine Wood Federation's base also needed someone to help take care of it. Zoel was obviously a suitable character. He felt that, as long as Sue Eren was smart, she would definitely not reject such an opportunity. After saying that to Sue Eren, he ignored her and turned to look at Wen Yu. At this time, Wen Yu's face was pale, and the cat's eye stone on her forehead was no longer flashing with the halo from before. Time ticked by. When Lin Yuan saw Wen Yu's pained expression, he frowned and wanted to stop the Celestial Council. At that moment, Sue Eren, who had her head lowered, looked up at Lin Yuan with a determined gaze. "I'm willing." Right after Sue Eren said she was willing, Sue Eren saw a green light shine on her. The man's clear voice rang in Sue Eren's ears. 7 days later, when you enter Dreamland, you will return here. As the man's voice fell, the bright celestial body lost its color, and the fourth celestial body assembly ended. Suren, whose will and soul had just returned from the Celestial Council, felt someone touching her. So Eren quickly opened her eyes. Just as Zoe Eren opened her eyes, she heard a shrill voice yell, "Ah, a ghost." The first one was even worse. End of this chapter. Chapter 10:28. The shrill scream made Zoel frown. Before Sue Eren could get up from the ground, the person who had just screamed reacted and kicked Sue Eren. She spat at Sue Eren and said, "Sue Eren, trying to mystify us. The Long Street is not a place for refugees like you to sleep. If I find you sleeping here again, I'll break your legs. Get lost. Hurry up and get lost. Don't delay me from cleaning the streets. So Erin hurriedly stood up and slipped into the alley under the watchful eyes of the broom-wielding man, without a word. This was not the first time Sue Erin had slept on the streets of the Divine Wood Federation. This was not the first time Zoe Erin had been scolded and beaten by the Divine Wood Federation's street cleaners. The Divine Wood Federation had a perfect aristocratic system. Even if a refugee like him was killed on the street, it would only be seen as a joke by others. Thus, even when the street cleaners kicked her, Zoe Erin could only endure it silently. Zoe Erin, who had crawled into the alley, found that her injuries had all healed. Even the many internal injuries from before had healed. It could be said that, apart from his soul, his body was in an absolutely healthy state. Zoe Erin lowered her head as she entered the alley. She thought back to the decision she had made within a minute. Sue Erin did not regret her decision to sit down within a minute, because it was just as the man who had hundreds and thousands of consciousnesses wrapped around him had said. There was only hope if he was alive. At this time, Zoe Erin, who had nothing left, decided to gamble on whether joining the Celestial Council would give her a bright future, and also for the dim radiance dark state in exchange for a tomorrow. Zoe Erin remembered the words she heard before her consciousness and soul returned to her body. After 7 days, you'll be able to return to this place after entering Dreamland. Like Zoel, not long after Trey's will and soul returned to his body, he felt something wet and warm fall on his face. Trey opened his trembling eyes and saw his mother looking at him with tears in her eyes. Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, and Big Brother were also secretly wiping away their tears at their bedside. Looking at his crying relatives, Trey panicked, and for a moment, he couldn't tell if what he had just experienced was a dream or not. While Trey was panicking, his mind suddenly surged with the knowledge regarding the 1-star scholar, 1-star Fey observer, and 1-star spiritual ingredient analyst. Feeling this knowledge, Trey's dry lips immediately cracked open. The excessive force caused a crack to appear in the center of Trey's lips, and blood immediately flowed out from the wound. His bleeding lips could not resist the brilliance of Trey's smile. When Trey's lips curled into a smile, his bean-sized eyeballs rolled down from his eye sockets. He had survived the calamity and started a new life. This feeling surged in Trey's heart, and for a moment, it was hard to describe. Trey whispered to his father, mother, grandpa, grandma, and Big Brother, "I'm not leaving. I can stay." Hearing Trey's words, the man who was secretly wiping his tears said angrily, "How can I not leave? We have to go. I've packed everything for you. I'll let your grandfather take you to the tunnel now." When Trey heard his father's resolute words, his mood was already different from before. Previously, it was the bitterness and despair of parting with his loved ones. Now, Trey was feeling a deep sense of warmth. Trey didn't keep his father in suspense. "Dad, go to our Hammer Dynasty's branch and help me make a report. I want to take the Class 1 Creation Master exam." Upon hearing Trey's words, the middle-aged man went forward and pulled Trey's ear. "Rascal, are you dreaming? You only read a few books on Fey Observer and Spiritual Ingredient Analyst, and you want to take the Class 1 Creation Master exam." Hearing his father's words, Trey had a bitter expression. Trey didn't expect that the problem he would encounter after waking up would actually be how to make his loved ones believe that he had the ability to become a Class 1 Creation Master. Trey's eyes rolled as he said, "Dad, I actually have a teacher. My teacher will guide me once every 7 days." Seeing that his father was getting angrier, Trey immediately saw the earth drilling mole on his grandfather's shoulder. Seeing that his father was getting angrier and angrier, Trey immediately saw the burrowing mole on his grandfather's shoulder that had reached Silver Rank 10 for decades. The Silver Rank 10 earth-drilling mole's fur had already turned dark brown, and the energy of the earth element was faintly floating between its fur. This meant that the Earth elemental energy accumulated in the body of the silver level 10 Earth drilling mole had reached a critical point. Logically speaking, the silver rank 10 Earth drilling mole should be able to advance to the gold rank under such circumstances. The Earth drilling mole's inability to evolve could be said to be his grandfather's sore point. According to the knowledge in his mind, Trey immediately thought of a possibility. Trey hurriedly said to his grandfather, "Grandpa, your Earth drilling mole hasn't been able to advance to the gold tier because you've been providing it with Earth elemental energy, but you haven't improved its physique. The Earth drilling mole's physique isn't strong enough to integrate the Earth elemental energy in its body, causing the Earth elemental energy in its body to leak out. Grandfather, I remember that a few years ago, when you brought people to hunt in the mountains, you found an Earth wheelflower that enhanced the physique of Earth-type phase. If you fed the Earth wheelflower to the Earth drilling mole, it was very likely that the Earth drilling mole would directly advance to the gold tier." Upon hearing Trey's words, everyone in the room could not help but be stunned. Based on everyone's understanding of Trey in the past, Trey could not say such a thing at all. Even Trey's father looked at Trey, with some doubt, pondering the authenticity of Trey's words. Grandfather Trey, who had been silent all this while, looked at Trey with a serious gaze. "Xiaolei, at this time, you have to tell Grandpa the truth. Didn't you stay behind to lie to Grandpa just now? The Earth wheelflower is the most precious spiritual ingredient in our Iron Hoof tribe. It has been placed in the bag that you want to bring. There is no need to verify it now. Xiaolei, you just have to tell Grandpa if what you said is the truth. If you nod, I will ask your father to go to the Iron Hammer Dynasty's branch and ask someone to assess you. But you have to know." Trey did not wait for his grandfather to finish his words and nodded seriously. "Grandpa, Big Brother has told me everything that needs to be said before he came. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have made such a request. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, Big Brother, believe me, I can really become a Class 1 creation master. Xiaolei has already grown up and is a man. A man doesn't lie." Upon hearing Trey's words, the people beside Trey's bed had a look of disbelief on one hand and hope on the other. Sitting on the bed, Trey lifted the blanket and looked at the stars in the sky, as well as the resplendent and shining Leo Minor constellation. Trey licked the wound on his lips and revealed a clear and grateful smile. The second one was even better. End of this chapter. Chapter 1029. In the plum garden that was filled with all sorts of plum species phase, a burly man with 3 scars on his face was carefully pushing a wheelchair. A skinny youth with a blanket on his legs was sitting in the wheelchair. At that moment, the youth was coughing violently, and the coughing lasted for 3 minutes. The youth's face was flushed from the coughing, and his breath was tainted with the smell of blood. The burly man with 3 scars on his face, who was pushing the wheelchair behind the youth, quickly said anxiously, "Third young master, the wind is so strong today. Why are you still in the mood to come to the plum garden to admire the plum blossoms? I will push you back to the courtyard to recuperate. At night, I will ask Annie Zhong to brew a bowl of Sichuan shell cordyceps avocado cream for you. After eating it, you will at least be half better." The skinny youth didn't say anything when he heard the burly man with 3 scars on his face. He just watched the strong wind scatter the plum petals on the plum tree into the soil. After watching for a long time, the skinny youth said to the burly man behind him, "Second brother persuaded the family to carry out the blood oath duel. What do you think about this matter?" The burly man with 3 scars on his face lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. The burly man with 3 scars on his face lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. Firstly, the burly man with 3 scars on his face didn't know if the third young master was talking to himself, and if his words would disturb the third young master's mood. Secondly, this matter was related to the decision of the Zheng family's upper echelons, and he was just a servant by the third young master's side. He didn't have the right to say anything about this matter. At that moment, the eyes of the skinny youth in the wheelchair flickered with struggle, hesitation, and intense hatred. Immediately after, the skinny youth closed his eyes and said, "Send me back to the courtyard. Send me back to the courtyard. Don't let anyone disturb me today, and I don't need dinner." The burly man with 3 scars on his face couldn't help but worry when he heard the third young master's words. He didn't understand what was wrong with the third young master. Could it be related to the Zheng family's blood oath duel? The burly man with 3 scars on his face didn't dare to make wild guesses, and could only reply, "Yes." He gently pushed the skinny youth to the courtyard according to his instructions. After pushing the wheelchair into the courtyard, the man with 3 scars on his face saw that the skinny youth seemed to have fallen asleep in the wheelchair, so he gently closed the courtyard's door. After a long time, Zheng Kaiyan slowly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, Zheng Kaiyan's gaze was firm. He snapped his fingers lightly. An invisible bird landed between Zheng Kaiyan's fingers. Zheng Kaiyan turned his wheelchair and came to the desk to grind the ink. Just as he was about to start writing, Zheng Kaiyan's hand paused. He looked at his 6-fingered hand. Then he put aside the ink he had just ground and took out a new inkstone to cut his palm. He let the boiling hot blood from his palm drip onto the newly taken inkstone. Zheng Kaiyan's body was already weak, and his face was slightly pale after being hit by the cold wind. Now that he had lost so much blood, it made Zheng Kaiyan look especially sick. Zheng Kaiyan took out a brush, dipped it in his blood, and lightly wrote something on a piece of rice paper. The more he wrote, the crazier Zheng Kaiyan's expression became. After Zheng Kaiyan finished writing, he rolled up the blood-stained paper and carefully tied it to the formless bird. Then Zheng Kaiyan pushed his wheelchair and opened the window. With a wave of his hand, the formless bird left the courtyard and indigo azure city. Looking at the formless bird in the distance, Zheng Kaiyan said, "I don't know why you didn't reply the last time. I don't know why you didn't reply last time, but this time I've brought all my sincerity." As he spoke, Zheng Kaiyan's cold and disgusted gaze looked through the open window at the main mansion and the Elders' Association in the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. After coming out of the Celestial Council, he looked at Wenyu's pale face and hurriedly handed her a few pieces of the rainbow angelfish's fish coat. Upon seeing Wenyu eat the fish coat dispiritedly, he felt that besides the rainbow angelfish's fish coat, he should also prepare some other treasures to replenish her spiritual energy. This way, Wenyu would not be so weak after every Celestial Council meeting. She would need to sleep and rest for a day to recover. This way, Wenyu wouldn't be so weak after every Celestial Council meeting. She would need to take a nap and rest for a day to recover. However, she was not so dizzy that she could not speak. After eating 2 pieces of fish coat, Wenyu's face was still pale. "Young master, it's fine for Trey to be the 3rd member of the Celestial Council, but I feel that Su-Iran is not reliable enough. I'm afraid she will cause us big trouble in the future." Upon hearing Wenyu's words, Lin Yuan immediately knew what she was thinking. Wenyu was afraid that even if Su-Iran joined the Celestial Council and signed a contract with the Southern Sky Constellation Throne, she would still want to recover the Dark Federation. They would also want to recover the Dark Federation and eventually go against the 7th Page War. However, what Wenyu did not know was that she had already gone against 7th Page War. 7th Page War planned to attack the Radiance Federation and was hostile to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could be sure that Su-Iran would not get into any trouble in a short time. If Zo-Iran really wanted to reclaim the Dark Federation, she would have to tread carefully with her tail between her legs. Sue Erin was indeed impulsive, but as long as she did not face Seventh Page War, there would be no problem. When you knew that Lin Yuan planned to train in the Divine Wood Federation through the ethereal jellyfish's spatial tentacles, and he had told her about it before. When you had also been collecting information about the Divine Wood Federation recently and planned to follow Lin Yuan to the Divine Wood Federation to build a base. She had to deal with the internal affairs of the Divine Wood Federation base and was running around like Lin Yuan. He must have taken a fancy to Sue Erin's ability. When you decided that when she went to the Divine Wood Federation, she would help Lin Yuan keep an eye on Sue Erin and not let her cause any trouble. When you recalled the information she had obtained from Sue Erin's experience and immediately used the source paper's exclusive skill, Heaven Listening's secret art. When you organized all the information related to Sue Erin, the Dark Federation, and the 7-page War Among the Flying Papers. After a full half an hour, the flying pieces of paper finally stopped. At that moment, there was a small mountain of paper documents in front of Lin Yuan. As for Wen Yu, she had used the source paper's exclusive skill, Heaven Listening's secret manual, and consumed a lot of her mental energy. This caused Wen Yu's complexion to turn even paler, and her expression to become even more sluggish. Wen Yu forced herself to perk up and said to Lin Yuan, "Young master, I'm afraid that as time passes, Sue Erin's experiences will fade from my mind. I'll record down everything I know from Sue Erin. I plan to leave this information in the data room of Sky City. It can be considered the first exclusive secret of Sky City." Looking at Wen Yu's pale face, Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "Thank you for your hard work. Go and have a good rest first before dealing with other matters. I plan to make a copy of this information and take it to the Radiant Moon Palace." Lin Yuan had already called his master the Moon Empress. She would return to the Radiant Moon Palace from the Purple Bamboo Forest tomorrow morning. The information related to the Dark Federation's destruction and the 7-page Wars operation was of great importance. Lin Yuan felt that it was necessary to let his master know about this matter. After Wen Yu went to rest, Lin Yuan flashed into the Spirit Lock spatial zone. This time, Lin Yuan did not immediately go to the swamp world through the Klein Hub. Instead, he planned to check on the 12 Heaven Fragrance beauty butterflies that he had not been able to take care of due to the Nyx assembly. He also wanted to check on the 12 water elemental phase that his master had nurtured with the origin movement water. Third night, end of this chapter. Chapter 10:30. The sun was setting in the west. At this moment, there were rare clusters of burning clouds in the evening sky. The fiery red clouds were magnificent, like red silk scattered in the limpid light. As the red silk danced, it made the sky look even more vast. It also made the dusk a little slower. Under such a peaceful sky, in a castle-like residence that occupied an area of nearly 100,000 square meters, a silver-haired old woman was slamming the table in front of the meeting room angrily. The middle-aged and old men sitting around the long table in the meeting room originally had reproachful expressions on their faces. However, after the silver-haired old woman slammed the table, everyone at the long table immediately lowered their heads. Even the authoritative old man, sitting on the main seat, looked away, not daring to meet the silver-haired old woman's gaze. "Brahma Soul Cage, I've already let you blabber on for almost 2 hours. I didn't speak at first because I did cause trouble, but you didn't have to talk about me for more than 2 hours. The slaughter worms ran out on their own. I was the first to discover them and chase after them. How is that my fault? You stupid pigs didn't even know that the slaughter worms had escaped. How dare you blame me?" The authoritative old man, sitting on the main seat, had a bitter expression on his face when he heard the silver-haired old woman's words. He muttered softly, "Sister, Didn't I go to the Knicks assembly? How would I dare to say that you were there for more than 2 hours? I just mentioned it and calculated the resources used by the Brahma insect cage to cultivate the slaughter worms. But sister is right. They are all really stupid pigs. They didn't even notice the slaughter worms had escaped. The silver-haired old woman immediately slammed the table when she heard the authoritative old man's words and stood up from her seat. She opened her mouth like a watering can as she spoke. Brahma Soul Cage, you still said what you wanted to say in the end. I didn't notice the slaughter worms had escaped from the Brahma insect cage either. You just want to call me a stupid pig. The current head of the Brahma insect cage, who was sitting on the main seat, quickly coughed when he saw the silver-haired old woman suddenly getting angry. Sister, please sit down first. There are so many juniors here. Leave me some face. Forget about the fact that you didn't lose the slaughter worm because of you. Even if you did lose it, our Brahma insect cage can still afford to lose a slaughter worm at the peak of myth too. Most importantly, the matter we are discussing concerns the Moon Empress disciple. After all, Big Sis, after saying that, the Brahma spirit cage hurriedly changed the topic. The slaughter worm collided with the Moon Empress disciple, and the Black Moon envoy saw it. The silver-haired old woman snorted and sat down. Seeing the silver-haired old woman sit down, the middle-aged men at the table dared to raise their heads and continue their discussion. There was no discomfort on the faces of the middle-aged men at the conference table, as if they were already used to the situation just now. The current head of the Brahma insect cage, Fan Linglong, was still observing the silver-haired old woman's expression. Seeing that his sister was really angry, even if he sat down now, his face was still very ugly. Fan Linglong couldn't help but feel a little sad. Fan Linglong knew that his big sister had chosen to give the slaughter worm to the Moon Empress disciple so that he could live. On the other hand, it was to build a relationship with the Moon Empress disciple. The Brahma insect cage might seem to be doing well now, as it had been in the top 3 of the Radiance Federation's 50 top factions for the past 30 years. However, the Brahma insect cage's current achievements were all because of his big sister's efforts. In the history of the Brahma insect cage, it had continuously gone through the Blood Oath battle and the Blood Oath battle to get to where it was today. During the Blood Oath battle, the Brahma insect cage had killed the Burial Goose Spirit Land, a top faction that had clashed with it at that time. After the Brahma insect cage had taken over the Burial Goose Spirit Land's resources, it had immediately entered a state of rapid development. It had started to have the ability to monopolize the insect species' Fey market. However, it was also because of this Blood Oath battle that the Brahma insect cage's high-end combat power had almost been wiped out. At that time, when he wasn't strong enough to bear the Brahma insect cage's huge family business, his big sister had stood up. His big sister wasn't strong and had only reached the Emperor class. However, she had extremely outstanding ability in the faction's development. Using 20 years, his big sister had stabilized the Brahma insect cage's territory and laid the Brahma insect cage's foundation. He stabilized the Brahma insect cage's position in the top 3 of the top forces. At that time, Fanling Cage had also grown up. When his big sister saw that he had grown up, she immediately retreated and handed over the power to him. Therefore, all the core members of the Brahma Worm's cage respected him as well as his elder sister. Moreover, Brahma Spirit Cage had a sister complex to begin with. However, the Brahma Spirit Cage was still the master of the Brahma Insect Cage. At a time like this, he definitely couldn't suppress the discussion just because of his sister's emotions. Just as Fan Linglong was about to speak again, he didn't think that his big sister Fan Jinny would speak first. I know that apart from the slaughter worm, the topic this time also involves the Golden Lotus Brocade. Fan Linglong hurriedly replied when she heard her elder sister take the initiative to speak. Qingji, tell me about the information you've collected about the golden lotus brocade in the past few days. The middle-aged man named Fan Qingji, who was called out by the Fan Linglong, stood up and said in a clear voice, "According to the rumors, the high-class creation masters in the Coiling Dragon Valley and Li Yun Avian Niche, who are close to the Moon Empress disciple, are each given a golden lotus brocade. The Coiling Dragon Valley has always been using the Bamboo Monarch's relationship and has never tried to get in touch with the Moon Empress. There's no need to talk about Li Yun Avian Niche. With the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and Bamboo Monarch's relationship, Li Yun Avian Niche isn't qualified at all. After all, Li Yun Avian Niche's foundation isn't enough to ask the three lords for help. This means that the Coiling Dragon Valley and Li Yun Avian Niche's golden lotus brocade might have been obtained through the Coiling Dragon Valley's young family head, Long Tao. Li Yun Avian Niche's younger generation, Li Xian, had a relationship with Li Yun Avian Niche. I personally went to ask Li Yun Avian Niche's Grand Elder. Li Yun Avian Niche's Grand Elder didn't clearly state the origin of the golden lotus brocade. However, Li Yun Avian Niche's Grand Elder said that the family has decided to let Li Xian become Li Yun Avian Niche's young family head. Fan Qingji sneaked a glance at Fan Jinny and only dared to sit down after seeing that there weren't any changes to Fan Jinny. The Brahma insect cage had always been connected to the Moon Empress, and several of the ancestors' fays had been upgraded because of the Moon Empress. Logically speaking, among the three major factions, the Brahma insect cage should be the easiest to obtain from the Moon Empress. The first was even easier. End of this chapter. Chapter 1031. But now that this had happened, the Brahma insect cage did not have the face to go to the Radiance Moon Mountain again. Not to mention asking for the golden lotus brocade stalk from the Moon Empress. Even if the Brahma insect cage had been the top three pinnacle factions for over 30 years, it still deeply understood how insignificant they were in front of the Moon Empress. Even if the Brahma insect cage had been one of the top three factions for over 30 years, it still deeply understood how insignificant they were in front of the Moon Empress. When the silver-haired old woman, Fan Jiaoyi, heard Fan Qingji's words, she revealed a look of shame. Fan Jiaoyi did not wait for everyone to discuss again, and said, "Leave this matter to me. Leave this to me. I definitely can't leave the Moon Empress relationship." Back then, the Black Moon emissary had already revealed killing intent. If the Moon Empress disciple had not forgiven me, even if I could come back alive, I wouldn't be able to recover from my injuries without recuperating for 8 to 10 years. Since the Black Moon emissary knows about this matter, she will definitely inform the Moon Empress. Upon hearing Fan Jiaoyi's words, Fan Linglong nodded. He could not help but have a good impression of Lin Yuan. Fan Jiaoyi had seen the Moon Empress' attitude toward Lin Yuan at the Nix assembly. She had even spent an unimaginable amount of resources to make a moonlight robe without a crown pattern for Lin Yuan. If the Brahma insect cage provoked Lin Yuan, it would make the Moon Empress even angrier than directly offending her. At that moment, Fan Linglong heard Fan. When he continued, "In the previous conflict, after I offered the creation seed sky-covering weeping willows, tree core, and slaughterworm, I asked for the Moon Empress disciple's contact information. The Moon Empress disciple did not refuse. I will find a way to apologize to the Moon Empress disciple and talk about the golden lotus brocade stalk." After saying that, Brahma stood up and bowed deeply to everyone, leaving behind a single sentence. "I made a huge mistake in this matter, but I will try my best to make up for it. I will not let my mistake affect the Brahma insect cage." After speaking, Fan Wenny gently pushed open the conference room's door. In his mind, the only thing he could think of was that time in the wilderness of the capital when the youth in the royal robes said, "Those who come are guests." Lin Yuan felt a little embarrassed as he held the Diamond Fae storage box that contained 12 Diamond X/Legend Heaven Fragrance Beauties. His master, the Moon Empress, had given him the 12 Heaven Fragrance Beauty butterflies to pull the carriage. Due to the Nyx assembly and him not being able to find the Emperor armored martial god bug, he didn't care about the 12 Heavenly Fragrance Beauty butterflies. Due to his negligence, the Heaven Fragrance Beauty butterfly had been kept in the Diamond Fae storage box. Fortunately, his master, the Moon Empress, had placed plenty of food that the Heaven Fragrance Beauty butterfly needed to survive in the Diamond Fae storage box. Otherwise, a delicate fae like the Heavenly Fragrance Beauty butterfly would not be able to endure not eating or drinking for such a long time. Just as he was about to summon the 12 Heaven Fragrance Beauty butterflies from the Diamond Fae storage box, Zishao happened to return to the Spirit Lock spatial zone through the Klein hub. When the purple firmament saw Lin Yuan, it immediately flew 2 laps around him with great satisfaction. At the same time, it conveyed the situation of the swamp world to Lin Yuan through their spiritual connection. Upon hearing Purple Firmament's report, Lin Yuan raised his brows. Wendy had taken in the marsh water moss as a believer by plundering the power of faith within the totem imprint of the level 11 blessed serpent vulture. This allowed Wendy to not only not use the power of faith in her totem. Instead, after transforming the marsh water moss into a blessed serpent vulture, there was still some remaining power of faith injected into her totem. Thus, Wendy did not have to be like the lizard tongue, unable to continue taking in believers due to the lack of power of faith in the totem. According to the Purple Firmament's report, Wendy had actually taken in another believer in the swamp world. By overdrawing the power of faith in her totem, she transformed this believer into a blessed serpent vulture. Naturally, the Purple Firmament could not tell how strong Wendy's new blessed serpent vulture was. It only knew that Wendy's new blessed serpent vulture was a predatory plant. Lin Yuan did not have the slightest opinion about Wendy's new blessed serpent vulture. Wendy taking in one more blessed serpent vulture was equivalent to enhancing Lin Yuan's strength in the swamp world. At the same time, it could also speed up Wendy's collection of power of faith. Lin Yuan planned to wait until he had time to go to the swamp world to see what kind of predatory plant Wendy's blessed serpent vulture was through true data. After communicating with the Purple Firmament, Lin Yuan withdrew his mind and shook his hand. 12 palm-sized pink butterflies appeared in front of Lin Yuan. The Heavenly Fragrance Beauty butterfly's palm-sized body could definitely be considered small among butterfly species fays. It was one size smaller than the Purple Firmament. The 12 pink Heavenly Fragrance Beauty butterflies had scale powder that would appear golden when illuminated by light. This caused the Heavenly Fragrance Beauty butterflies to present a rich golden color at a glance under the light. Moreover, the Heavenly Fragrance Beauty butterfly's scale powder carried an extremely high-end fragrance. Just as Lin Yuan was intoxicated by the fragrance released by the Heavenly Fragrance Beauty butterfly's scale powder, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that something was not quite right with these 12 Diamond X/Legend Heavenly Fragrance Beauty butterflies. At that moment, these 12 Diamond X/Legend Heavenly Fragrance Beauty butterflies were flapping their wings around the Purple Firmament. The Heavenly Fragrance Beauty butterflies fluttering beside the Purple Firmament looked extremely humble and fawning. They were like palace maids waiting for the favor of the monarch in the middle of the palace. Although many fays instinctively needed many partners, they were often able to suppress their instinctive nature when they reached a higher grade. Most powerful fays would often only guard one partner in the end. Lin Yuan sighed in his heart. Smash! Your wife can help your father guard the swamp world. The two of you are separated by the Klein hub. Is it really appropriate for you to fly around with 12 heavenly fragrance, beautiful butterflies behind your wife's back. The killer sky butterfly was so strong. Would he go and hug Zishao, the most beautiful male butterfly in the world, after discovering it? Soon, he realized that he had worried for nothing. This was because Zishao didn't respond to the 12 attentive, heavenly fragrance beauty butterflies. It was as if he didn't see the 12 heavenly fragrance beauties at all. However, these 12 heavenly fragrance beauty butterflies were not discouraged in the slightest. The 12 heaven fragrance beautiful butterflies circled around the city, showing off their wings as they danced in the air. Seeing the 12 heavenly fragrance beauty butterflies fly around him and carry out their clumsy courtship, Zishao was really annoyed. After saying goodbye to Lin Yuan, Zishao flew back to the swamp world through Klein Hub. After Zishao left, the 12 heavenly fragrant beauty butterflies returned to normal. After the 12 heaven fragrance beauty butterflies returned to normal, they quickly found a new target and started to fly around Lin Yuan. The second one was even worse. End of chapter. Chapter 1032. Lin Yuan didn't know what these 12 heaven fragrance beauty butterflies were planning. Was it because he was listening to his master, the Moon Empress, or was it because he knew that Zishao had signed a contract with him? These 12 heavenly fragrant beauty butterflies couldn't be thinking of using him as an excuse to hook up with Zishao, right? He didn't care so much and used Morbius True data to check on the 12 heaven fragrance beauty butterflies. After checking, Lin Yuan realized that apart from controlling insects, the heaven fragrance beauty butterflies had other abilities. The other abilities were almost all about enhancing spiritual energy and increasing the attractiveness of insect species phase. It could be said that if the heaven fragrance beauty butterfly wanted to fight, it had to rely on its contracted insect species Fae. On the path of evolution, the heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly had practically used the method of enslaving insect species phase to the extreme. Just as he was planning to release the spirit lock spatial zone for the 12 heavenly fragrance beauties and let them fly freely in the return from faraway mansion, suddenly Lin Yuan sensed a willpower. One of the 12 heaven fragrance beauty butterflies suddenly lit up with a pink halo, a purple butterfly-shaped willpower rune, condensed around the heaven fragrance beauty butterfly. Upon seeing this purple butterfly-shaped willpower rune, Lin Yuan's eyes immediately widened. Didn't the purple butterfly-shaped willpower rune look exactly like Zishao? This heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly was truly a genius. She was so infatuated that she actually managed to obtain such a great opportunity. It could be said that this heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly, which had become a fantasy breed, had brought Lin Yuan a pleasant surprise, allowing him to have a Diamond X/fantasy, I heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly. As a wild fae that had comprehended the willpower rune, the heaven fragrance beauty butterfly would soon be able to reach Diamond X/fantasy V through its own comprehension. At that time, the heaven fragrance beauty butterfly would be able to welcome the world cleansing and evolve into a myth breed fae. Among all the fantasy breed faes, the heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly was the best to pass the world cleansing. The heaven fragrance beauty butterfly's abnormally strong spiritual energy was destined to always be accompanied by a powerful insect species fae that far surpassed the heaven fragrance beauty butterfly's grade. This powerful insect species fae was the heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly's strongest guarantee to survive the world cleansing. As the heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly's strength continued to increase, the situation of the enslaved insect species, fae becoming weaker, was not something that it needed to consider at all. It was good to be thrown away after using. In any case, the heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly's entire life was a process of constantly abandoning the insect species phase it originally controlled to control even stronger insect species phase. Previously, the diamond rank 10 heavenly fragrance beauty butterfly could enslave a level 8 alien insect, which was equivalent to a suzerain/myth 2 emperor armored divine insect. Now that had reached diamond X/fantasy, I could enslaved at rank 3 or 9 insect species Fae. It was equivalent to adding another powerful combat power to Lin Yuan's Sky City. Lin, Master, Fragrance Bird, Master, and Fae, and Qin, Breed Lin, and Fragrance. Li and Martial Insect. Chun, Royal, and Lin, Emperor, Dragon, Emperor, Butterfly, and Xiao Lin, an Emperor and Martial Insects. Demon generally could. Imperial Zichen, one had said. The name of the mutated individual would also change from Royal Armored Martial God Insect to Royal Armored Martial God Insect. From this name alone, it could be seen that the mutated Royal Armored Martial God Insect had the qualifications to become a Class 10 alien insect with Emperor-class combat power. However, it was not easy to find a Royal Armored Martial God Insect. After all, even the Royal Armored Martial God Insects could not always be seen in the controlled Class 4-dimensional rift. Everything still needed to be fated. Lin Yuan could not completely pin this fate on the coiling Dragon Valley. He still needed to find more channels. Otherwise, if he relied on the coiling Dragon Valley, who knew how long it would take for Lin Yuan's Fey carriage to take off? After releasing the 12 Heaven Fragrance beauty butterflies into the Spirit Lock spatial zone and letting them fly freely in the return from faraway manor, Lin Yuan took out another diamond Fey storage box. He checked the 12 water balls filled with special water elemental energy in the Fey storage box. After Lin Yuan took out the 12 water balls, Princess's eager voice rang in his mind again. Master, Princess doesn't want to eat the Law Origin Crystal anymore. Princess wants to eat these 12 water balls. After eating these 12 water balls, Princess can immediately enter the growth period and obtain the second ability. Sensing Princess's eagerness, Lin Yuan asked Princess with a strange tone, "Aren't you absorbing the World Origin Crystal now? Why don't you want to eat the World Origin Crystal anymore?" Lin Yuan had felt Princess's desire for the 12 water balls in front of the Radiant Moon Palace. He also knew that Princess could obtain a huge improvement after devouring these 12 water balls. However, Lin Yuan would not let the Princess devour the 12 balls of water. It was not only because the 12 water balls ability was more useful than increasing Princess's star class. At the same time, these 12 water balls were given to him by his master, the Moon Empress, with great seriousness. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Princess replied without hesitation, "Master, if you let me eat these 12 water balls, Princess can choose not to eat this World Origin Crystal." Upon hearing the Princess' words, Lin Yuan was shocked. He did not expect the water balls to be so attractive to Princess that she was willing to give up on the World Origin Crystal. Sensing Princess's urgent desire, Lin Yuan still rejected her without hesitation. "Princess, if you want to increase your star class, you will have an endless supply of Law Origin Crystals. These 12 water balls have other uses. There will be more World Origin Crystals in the future, and you will not be short of them." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Princess nodded pitifully. Then, Princess returned to the depths of Lin Yuan's soul and focused on absorbing the World Origin Crystal. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows when he sensed Princess's focused look in the depths of his soul. Princess was so focused. Was she afraid of thinking about these 12 water balls and getting greedy? After the Princess calmed down, Lin Yuan focused on inspecting the 12 masses of water that he had been neglecting. Lin Yuan clearly remembered what his master, the Moon Empress, had said. These 12 water spheres were the result of his master, the Moon Empress, extracting the laws and functions of the dead 9-star sacred source life form. The moving source water, and cultivating them. Just the fact that they had been cultivated from a dead 9-star sacred source life form showed how precious these 12 water balls were. Lin Yuan had spent so much effort trying to evolve the sacred source life form from the infant stage to the 3-star stage. He did not dare to imagine how difficult it would be for a sacred source life form to increase its star class after reaching the 4-star stage. Third, end of this chapter. Chapter 1033. Moreover, the sacred source life form, origin moving water, had been in the mature stage when it was alive. It had even reached the peak of the mature stage at the 9th star class. With just one more step, the sacred source life form, origin water, would become a complete existence. Lin Yuan naturally cherished such a precious product that was nurtured by a 9-star sacred source life form. Lin Yuan had used Morbius True Data to check the attributes of the 12 water masses in the Radiant Moon Palace. At that time, Lin Yuan had found that the 12 water masses were of great help to the floating island whale. This discovery had pleasantly surprised Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan used True Data to check the 12 water masses again. Fey name, origin moving water, Fey species, source species / sacred source species, Fey grade, normal, I/1/10, Fey type, water Fey quality, normal abilities, frowny face, rushing flow. The water body flows rapidly. The energy formed by the water's flow can drive the water body to circulate in any place. Back then, it was this ability that made Lin Yuan decide to nurture the origin moving water. After the floating island whale rose into the sky, it could only rely on its body to defend itself. In the sea, the floating island whale was loved by marine fays. However, flying species fays in the sky would attack when they discovered the floating island whale. Moreover, Lin Yuan had heard from his master, the Moon Empress, that there were fays that lived in the atmosphere high up in the sky. Those fays that lived in the atmosphere could fly much higher than flying species fays and could float in the atmosphere for life. These fays were the true darlings of the sky. Although the normal skill of source moving water did not seem very powerful, that was because the skill only consisted of 12 balls of water. If it was thrown on a person, it would be like a prank. At most, it would make one's hair wet. It was very simple for the origin moving water to increase in grade. It only required a large amount of water element energy. Lin Yuan had the aquamarine elemental shellfish, so he had plenty of water element energy. He could allow the origin moving water to continuously evolve. When the origin water's 12 water masses evolved into 12 streams, the 12 streams shouldn't be able to kill a gold fey. Even if the gold fey would be in a sorry state under the 12 streams, it would not be drowned by 12 streams. But what if the 12 streams evolved into 12 great rivers or even 12 oceans? As long as he could evolve the 12 water masses into large rivers, he would be able to use them. When the water of the origin movement flowed, it was destined to be a natural disaster. The source water, as a special combination of water elemental energy, could devour heavy water. The source moving water could absorb the water elemental energy contained in heavy water, and at the same time, it could also absorb the characteristics of heavy water. This made it so that the attack launched by the source moving water after absorbing the heavy water was not as simple as the attacks launched by the 12 great rivers. The various characteristics of the water element contained in it were like the undercurrents in the great rivers and the aquatic plants that lurked at the bottom of the river, ready to kill at any moment. Moreover, the rushing current could create its own energy through the speed of the water in the source water. This meant that the source water could fly to the sky. When the source water evolved to the level of a great river, it could form 12 heavenly rivers around the floating island whale. It formed a net of the heavenly river that flowed continuously to protect the floating island whale. At the same time, The airflow stirred up by the flow of water could also increase the floating island whale's speed to a certain extent. It could be said that the source water could become the best partner with the floating island whale just by relying on its normal ability rushing current. Moreover, with the help of Tianyunwei, the 12 heavenly rivers that swam in the sky like silver snakes could also be hidden in the layers of clouds and mist. It was very difficult to be discovered. Looking at the source water, Lin Yuan said to the princess in his mind, "Princess, circulate your soul power with me. Princess, let's circulate our soul power together. We will use our soul power to form a contract with the source water." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the princess, who had forced herself to calm down and eat the world source crystal, immediately pouted, and the ahog on her head stood up. She pursed her lips again and again, just like a little match girl who was holding a roast duck in the window. However, no matter how much the princess wanted to eat the source water, upon hearing Lin Yuan's instructions, she obediently circulated her soul power with him. Lin Yuan's soul power quickly eroded the source-moving water and left his soul imprint on it. At this moment, Lin Yuan became the owner of the source water. After signing a contract with the source water, Lin Yuan found that although it was a ball of water elemental energy, it had good intelligence. At present, the normal I/normal source water's intelligence was already higher than the gold X/fantasy 2 source sand. Lin Yuan guessed that this might have a lot to do with the fact that the source water was a sacred source life form. After becoming the owner of the source water, Lin Yuan immediately ordered it to use rushing current with all its strength. As Lin Yuan issued the order, he could feel the water elemental energy of the 12 water balls instantly surging. As Lin Yuan issued the command, he could feel the water elemental energy of the 12 water masses instantly surging. Lin Yuan tried to touch one of the water orbs with his hand. As soon as Lin Yuan's hand touched the water ball's surface, he immediately felt a strong resistance coming from the water ball's surface. The fast-flowing water was like a shield, isolating everything outside. However, no matter how fast the water inside this small water ball flowed, it could not block Lin Yuan's hand outside. When Lin Yuan put his hand into the water ball, he felt a large amount of water twisting around his fingers. There seemed to be a whirlpool in the center of the water ball that wanted to pull his palm into the water ball. Lin Yuan immediately had a general understanding of the defense and attack power of the source water's ability, rushing current. Then Lin Yuan took one of the heavenly maiden-grade water elemental pearls that the aquamarine elemental shellfish had just spat out and crushed it into powder. He divided the powder into 12 portions and distributed them equally to the 12 water balls. The 12 water balls absorbed the water elements in the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl powder and quickly assimilated them into their own. After the 12 water balls absorbed the pure water elemental energy in the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl, its grade rose from normal to elite. Its quality also rose from normal to epic. The elite-grade source-moving water also expanded from its original size to a ball of water. If the previous water ball could only envelop Lin Yuan's fist, then the water body formed by the elite water could completely envelop an adult. Thanks to the Spirit Lock spatial zone's evolution, its surface area had become much larger. Otherwise, the 12 huge water balls would really make the Spirit Lock spatial zone seem a little crowded. The first time was even more crowded. End of this chapter. Chapter 1034. After absorbing the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl, Lin Yuan was not surprised to see that the origin moving water's grade had been upgraded from normal to elite, and its quality had been upgraded to epic. This was because the origin moving water's quality did not rely on spirit chi, but the purity of the water element energy contained within. An elite phase quality could only be epic at most. If the origin moving water reached bronze, it only needed to absorb one heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl to immediately upgrade its quality to legend. Of course, the origin moving water's quality seemed very simple based on the purity of the water element energy contained within, but it also reflected a disadvantage. In order to ensure the origin moving water's quality, one had to constantly ensure the purity of the water element energy contained within. If the water elemental energy within the origin moving water decreased, then the quality of the origin moving water would also decrease. It could be seen that the origin moving water was definitely a huge resource consumer. However, in Lin Yuan's opinion, the origin moving water could be considered the most worry-free fae he had so far. The heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls that were extremely precious to others were just resources that could be produced every few minutes and piled up in the spirit lock spatial zone. At the same time, Lin Yuan also saw the new ability that the origin moving water had obtained after reaching elite. Flow break. Cut off the body and turn the water element carried by the body into a turbulent flow of water to attack the target. Upon seeing the flow break ability's effect, Lin Yuan raised his brows. It could be said that the flow break ability was very simple and crude, unlike torrential flow that could have a variety of effects. It completely relied on the water's weight to attack the target. This made Lin Yuan involuntarily think of the waterfall that flew down the cliff. Take the Radiance Federation's largest waterfall, the Horned Dragon Cliff Waterfall, for example. It was nearly 3,000 meters tall, and even Emperor-class experts did not dare to use their phase to stand directly under the waterfall. Water was extremely soft, but when nearly 10,000 tons of water fell from a high altitude, it was enough to press out a giant pit that was dozens of meters deep. When the origin moving water's water volume reached the state of a large river, Lin Yuan would activate the flow break ability. Lin Yuan could directly descend from the sky with 12 heavenly rivers that could run through heaven and earth. Upon seeing that the origin moving water had reached elite, Lin Yuan planned to test its strength again. However, this time, Lin Yuan would not use his own body for the experiment. Lin Yuan shook his sleeves, and the amber button-shaped source sand immediately fell to the ground and turned into a large amount of quicksand. He chose to let the guard's sand adhere firmly to his hand, and then precipitate a thin layer of ferromanganese on the surface of the guard sand that wrapped around his right hand. Lin Yuan ordered the source moving water to use torrential flow. Then he extended his arm, which was wrapped by the source sandbag, into the source moving water. After Lin Yuan struggled to break through the powerful resistance, he immediately felt the suction from the origin water's center. It was as though it was going to pull Lin Yuan's body, which weighed more than 130 kilograms, in. Lin Yuan hurriedly let the source sand under his feet grab onto his legs to stabilize his figure. He estimated that the elite/epic source moving water could pull at least 100 kilograms of weight. As for the ferromanganese on Lin Yuan's arm, there was no change in the source moving water. However, Lin Yuan could feel that apart from the water's pull on the ferromanganese's surface, there were also tiny, sharp streams of water cutting the ferromanganese's surface from time to time. It seemed that as the volume of the water increased, it also increased the number of ways to attack. After a series of tests, Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the elite source moving water's torrential flow. Immediately after, Lin Yuan let the source sand form a huge quicksand vortex in the spirit lock spatial zone. He then ordered one of the 12 balls of source moving water to use the elite ability Flow Severance to attack the quicksand vortex formed by the source sand. The huge ball of water burst in the sky above the source sand and turned into a water pillar. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that the volume of the water pillar formed when the ball of source moving water exploded was much larger than the ball of source moving water. This meant that the ball of source moving water was a high-intensity water body that had been compressed by the source moving water itself. Lin Yuan could tell that the elite elite/epic source water's flow-severing ability could cause at least 400 caddies of impact force when the elite/epic source water used the flow-severing ability. After experimenting with the source moving water's strength twice, Lin Yuan had a precise understanding of its strength. After looking at the spirit-locked spatial zone and pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan left with the source moving water. When he left, he conveniently grabbed a handful of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Next, Lin Yuan planned to carry out a rapid upgrade of the source moving water's grade. At the same time, he would choose one of the 3 exclusive skills that would appear when the source moving water reached bronze. After exiting the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan left the mansion and went to the hidden WRM lake. At that moment, the source moving water that had been following Lin Yuan was no longer in the shape of a ball of water. Instead, it had turned into 12 swimming water snakes. Only when Lin Yuan stopped did the 12 swimming water snakes continue to turn into balls of water. Lin Yuan immediately threw all the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in his hand into the source-moving water. As a result, the spirit craftsmen, who were building the sculpture pavilion on the hidden WRM Lake's reflection Sun King, Lotus realized that the 12 balls of water hovering beside Lin Yuan were rapidly expanding. The expanding balls of water rotated inside and formed 12 blue transparent water tornadoes. As the source moving water's volume continued to increase, its grade also continued to rise. When the source moving water reached bronze, Lin Yuan found that it had 3 exclusive skills. Lin Yuan checked the first exclusive skill and saw that it was called Scorching Water. The hottest thing in the world is not necessarily fire. It can also be water. Through high pressure to prevent the heat in the water from spreading and boiling, the water can also become a hotter existence than magma. Upon seeing this exclusive skill, Lin Yuan shook his head a little speechlessly. Lin Yuan felt that this exclusive skill was simply ridiculous. Water being hotter was not something new in itself. Many types of heavy water had scorching characteristics. For example, the top-notch heavy water, scorching sea molten water, was a kind of existence that was comparable to top-notch extraordinary flames in terms of heat. It was even hotter than some top-notch extraordinary flames. If Lin Yuan wanted to increase the high temperature of the source moving water's attack method, wouldn't it be better for Lin Yuan to let the source moving water absorb the scorching heavy water? This was equivalent to saving an exclusive skill for the source moving water. After discarding the first exclusive skill, he checked the second exclusive skill, which was the source moving water. The second was even better. End of this chapter. Chapter 1035. Ancestral Water Meridian. Every time you obtain a water elemental characteristic, you can increase your ability to suppress water elemental creatures. When the water elemental characteristic reaches a certain level, you can use multiple water elemental characteristics to control a body of water. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw this exclusive skill. It could be said that the Water Ancestral Meridian was a killer move for any water-type Fae. If he chose the Water Ancestral Meridian for the source moving water, he would have an innate advantage when encountering water-type Faes in the future. Increasing the water elemental characteristics of the source water might be a problem for ordinary people. However, it was very simple for Lin Yuan as long as there was heavy water. Almost every type of heavy water contained a unique characteristic of the water element. Although the water world dimensional rifts were the fewest among all the dimensional rifts, they would occasionally appear in a coastal city like Indigo Azure City. As long as there were resources and channels, heavy water would not be a problem. Moreover, Lin planned to use the heavy water to exchange for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls of various attributes. Lin wanted to set up the brilliant blue sea route, but even with the speed of the island whale, she could only make 4 or 5 trips a year. Therefore, a large number of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls would be traded every time. This also allowed him to obtain enough heavy water in one go. However, the characteristics that the origin moving water obtained by absorbing the heavy water weren't bestowed by the exclusive skill water ancestral meridian. It was an ability of the origin moving water itself. The origin moving water's exclusive skill water ancestral meridian only targeted water type phase. Even if it had absolute suppression on water type phase and could allow the source moving water to control other water regions through the water elemental characteristics, the source moving water wouldn't be able to do so. However, it still had its limitations. He planned to take a look at the third exclusive skill before making a decision. If the third exclusive skill was as trashy as the first, then he would choose the water ancestral meridian. However, when he saw the origin moving water's third exclusive skill, he was stunned. Strength water soul. Choose a type of power and condense it into a soul of source moving water. This type of power can be freely chosen, but after choosing a type of power, the other powers cannot be changed. This type of power will affect the formation of source moving water's abilities and other exclusive skills. When the source moving water receives a certain amount of feedback from this power, it can allow source moving water to comprehend willpower runes from heaven and earth according to the characteristics of each body's water element. At that moment, Morbius' voice echoed in his mind. Lin Yuan, this source moving water is rather interesting. This third exclusive skill, Strength Water Soul, will allow you to grasp a new power system. Lin Yuan was a little surprised to hear Morbius' sudden voice. It was not that Lin Yuan had not enhanced phase in front of Morbius before, but Morbius had never evaluated any phase ability or exclusive skill. When the princess in the depths of Lin Yuan's soul heard Morbius' evaluation of the source moving water, she curled her lips. The princess remembered that when she had teamed up with the Holy Sword, Morbius, a big shot that she couldn't understand, had looked down on her. He didn't expect that he would look at the delicious source moving water in a new light. Lin Yuan kept thinking about what the exclusive skill, Power Water Soul, meant when it said to choose a kind of power to condense into source water. He could now touch a total of 3 kinds of power: spiritual power, source energy, and the power of faith that he had just come into contact with. Spiritual power could be said to be the easiest power for him to obtain, and it was also the power that he pursued in the origin world. It could be said that most of Lin Yuan's phase relied on spiritual power to constantly improve. Source energy was firmly grasped by the princess, and she could freely extract it from the Law Source Crystal and the World Source Crystal. She could also selectively use the source energy to enhance the completion laws in Luo Kun. Alternatively, she could give the source energy to dimensional life forms and let them evolve into apostles. To a certain extent, Lin Yuan had absolute control over both spiritual power and source energy. In that case, the new power system that Morbius mentioned could only be the power of faith. Morbius, are you talking about the power of faith? Morbius nodded and said with joy, Lin Yuan, faith comes from the human heart. Lin Yuan, faith comes from the human heart. When someone worships and admires you, they will imperceptibly offer the power of faith to you. This power of faith does not disappear into thin air, but is stored in your body. It's just that you can't sense it or trigger it. If you choose the source moving water's exclusive skill, Strength Water Soul, and choose to use the power of faith as the water soul, the power of faith will no longer be sealed in your body. Then the power of faith will no longer be sealed in your body, but will be transformed into a tangible power that you can see and touch. Upon hearing Morbius' words, Lin Yuan looked at his hands. He did not expect that his body still had the power of faith that he could not sense sealed in it. Speaking of the power of faith, it was the power that the apostles in the dimensional world grasped. If he grasped the power of faith, Wouldn't he be equivalent to the apostles in the dimensional world? In addition to the benefit of mastering a new power system, the strength water soul was also equivalent to adding restrictions to the source moving water. Under normal circumstances, the source moving water could absorb an unlimited amount of heavy water's characteristics. However, the strength water soul allowed the source moving water to only absorb one kind of water element characteristic per water mass. This was tantamount to a weakening of the source moving water, and at the same time, it made the functions of each water mass more distinct. In fact, what troubled Lin Yuan the most was that the source moving water could rely on the strength of the water soul to let each water mass comprehend the willpower rune from the world. This allowed Lin Yuan to not need to provide the source moving water with willpower runes. However, if the source moving water wanted to become a myth breed, it needed all 12 water masses to comprehend the willpower rune. Lin Yuan felt that this difficulty was simply too great, but in the end, Lin Yuan still firmly decided to choose the strength water soul as the source moving water's exclusive skill. Although the strength water soul was troublesome, it was undoubtedly much stronger than the scorching water and the water ancestral meridian. After Lin Yuan chose the exclusive skill, Power Water Soul, 12 azure blue clear streams of water immediately danced around him. They seemed to be calling for Lin Yuan to awaken his soul. If Lin Yuan wanted the power of faith to become the source moving water's water soul, he needed to first inject the power of faith into the source moving water. Lin Yuan felt that it was fortunate that he had contracted Wendy and Shi Teng. Otherwise, he really would not have the power of faith to use. Lin Yuan summoned Wendy and used the power of faith in her totem to inject into the source moving water. The moment the source moving water sensed the power of faith, Lin Yuan felt that his body had also awakened a kind of power. A dazzling shrine suddenly appeared in Lin Yuan's soul. Chapter 3, Staying Up All Night to Write. Sob, sob, sob. Please support me. Welcome to the Book Friends group to chat. End of this chapter. Chapter 1036. The appearance of the shrine did not have the slightest effect on Lin Yuan's two souls, as it quietly appeared between them. The depths of Lin Yuan's soul were originally the territory of the princess, and only she existed. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the shrine, the princess could not help but want to go forward and touch it out of curiosity. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt that his body was awakening a power that did not belong to spiritual power or source power. This power that was originally hidden shocked Lin Yuan a little. This power was far stronger than the spiritual power in Lin Yuan's body. Just as Lin Yuan was about to guide this power, the shrine that suddenly appeared in the depths of Lin Yuan's soul suddenly opened. 1, 2, 3. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of amber light spots gushed out of the shrine in the depths of Lin Yuan's soul. The sudden change in the shrine startled the princess. Then hundreds of thousands, millions of amber light spots suddenly gushed out of the shrine. At that moment, Lin Yuan's body formed a layer of boiling and ethereal amber gauze. The boiling amber gauze was formed by the dense power of faith. This scene stunned the spirit craftsmen, who were building the pavilions on the reflection Sun Monarch Lotus. After Lin Yuan's arrival, the spirit craftsmen, who were originally present, slowed down their movements and focused their attention on Lin Yuan. At that moment, the spirit craftsmen working on the hidden WRM lake all regretted that they did not immediately respond to Hu Quan's request for seclusion. Compared to a bronze/epic fae, freedom was nothing. Moreover, the seclusion period was at most 10 years, and during this period, they could enjoy more than twice the usual remuneration. Some of the bolder spirit craftsmen considered whether they should fight for it in front of Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan's boiling amber gauze made the spirit craftsmen, who originally wanted to fight for it, shrink back. Lin Yuan, who had previously controlled the 12 water masses, stood by the hidden WRM lake like a young master. He had a natural aura that made people feel close to him. However, the moment the amber gauze covered his body, Lin Yuan's aura completely changed. They were no longer like mortals, but like gods who stood above mortals. With this aura, Lin Yuan felt as if he could pull down the burning red clouds in the sky with a wave of his hand, and use a brush to write on the hidden WRM lake with the red clouds. It could be said that the changes that happened to Lin Yuan had shocked all the spirit craftsmen on the hidden WRM lake. At that moment, Wendy hugged him tightly and gently sniffed the strong scent of faith on his body. This pure power of faith nourished Wendy, causing the totem on her body to glow faintly. Lin Yuan did not notice any of this. He was deeply immersed in the depths of his soul and feeling the mystery of the power of faith. He knew that every spot of light that flew out of the shrine in his soul was a life form's faith in him. He did not expect so many people to believe in him, even though he had been hiding his identity and keeping a low profile. Through these faith points of light, Lin Yuan traced it backward. He discovered that he seemed to be able to see the various lives of those who believed in him. The largest light spots in the shrine were located in the center. These amber light spots were obviously larger than the other light spots. He traced back and found that these beliefs came from Chu Xi, Lu Jia, When You Listen, and the others. Upon sensing these beliefs, Lin Yuan could not help but smile. However, what worried him was that he did not know how to use this power of faith. Lin Yuan tried to pour the power of faith in his body into Wendy's body, and found that she could not absorb it at all. However, after Wendy felt his power of faith, it would nourish Wendy's original power of faith. After trying to pour the power of faith into Wendy's body, Lin Yuan tried to attach his hand to the totem on her forehead. He circulated the power of faith to lure the power of faith stored in Wendy's totem. As a result, the power of faith in Wendy's totem was naturally attracted by Lin Yuan. As long as Lin Yuan wanted to, the power of faith in Wendy's totem could easily pour into his body. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly stopped what he was doing. The power of faith was an apostle's source power, and it would cause serious damage to the apostle if it was slightly affected. Wendy was Lin Yuan's contracted dimensional life form, so he naturally did not want to hurt Wendy because of his probing. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that the origin water, which had just awakened the faith water soul through the power of faith, was releasing a desire for him. It was as if it needed more power of faith to perfect the weak water soul that had just formed without any consciousness. The origin water was a fae that Lin Yuan had contracted through the soul contract and was part of his power. Lin Yuan was not stingy with the power of faith in his body for the origin water's request. Lin Yuan simply poured the power of faith in his body into the origin water. He wanted to see to what extent the power of faith in his body could make the origin water's water soul grow. During the process of Lin Yuan pouring the power of faith into the origin water, its 12 water masses faintly emitted an amber luster. Then the amber luster in the 12 water masses became stronger and stronger, and even the water turned from its original blue to brown under the amber luster. At that moment, the 12 water masses merged into one and turned into a giant brown waterspout with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of about 100 meters. The amber luster in this waterspout slowly swept to the center as if it was going to give birth to a life in the center. The amber luster was slowly drawn to the center of the waterspout as if it was about to give birth to a life in the center. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan sped up the speed of injecting the power of faith into the source moving water. Coincidentally, when the shrine's power of faith in his soul was about to be depleted, a blue girl suddenly appeared in the center of the giant tea-colored waterspout. The girl crossed her arms and hugged her body. The water formed her long skirt and hair. At the end of the skirt, half a fishtail could be vaguely seen. The movement of the fishtail made the girl's curled-up body look very slender. Just then, the girl in the waterspout suddenly opened her eyes. The woman opened her eyes and waved her hand. The huge waterspout immediately turned into 12 meandering water ribbons. 12 gentle water ribbons wrapped around him. And the young girl swayed her fishtail in the water ribbons as she stood in front of Lin Yuan and said softly, "Master, thank you for awakening me. Please grant me a name." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows as he looked at the mermaid girl swimming in the water. The mermaid girl that he had created through the Source Moving Water's exclusive skill, Power Water Soul, looked somewhat similar to Elemental Source-type life forms transformation after advancing to Myth 2. But in essence, it was completely different. The first one was even worse. End of chapter. Chapter 1037. The mermaid felt more like a newly born sacred source life form to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan remembered that when the princess had just gained consciousness, she had been very persistent about her name. However, the girl formed by the source moving water soul did not occupy his soul like a sacred source life form. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw the mermaid swaying her long blue hair, which was made of waves, with an aggrieved expression. It was like a little girl who had just become sensible and wanted to get close to her parents, but was ignored by her parents. Lin Yuan hurriedly replied, "Why don't I call you Blue?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the man and the young lady murmured, "Bai Lan." Then, a pure smile appeared on his face. The mermaid's water gently brushed past his cheek, and it was as if a cold lip had touched his face. Lin Yuan asked when he saw that the 12 water ribbons around Bai Lan were much smaller than the previous water pillars. "Azure, can you control the size of the hose?" Bai Lan nodded her head and replied gently, "Master, Bai Lan can control the size of the hose by changing the concentration of the water element in the hose." After saying that, Bai Lan lifted her blue-white hair and swung her fishtail. The 12 meandering water ribbons seemed to have instantly turned into 12 strands of blue silk twining around the dark blue fishtail. Bai Lan then tossed her fishtail, and 12 streaks of blue silk quickly expanded in the sky. They formed 12 water pillars that were nearly 50 meters long and half a meter wide. Lin Yuan said to Bai Lan when he saw that she could easily control the size of the water belt, "Bai Lan, wrap these 12 water ribbons around your tail. I'll use more water elemental, heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls to increase your strength later." Bai Lan nodded cheerfully at Lin Yuan's words. After all, none of the Fays could resist the temptation of increasing their strength. Just as he was about to return to the spirit-locked spatial zone with Blue, Lin Yuan looked up at the spirit craftsman working on the Reflection Sun King Lotus. Lin Yuan noticed that these spirit craftsmen had more or less amber spots on their heads. The only difference was that the amber light spots on some people's heads were more intense, while some were fainter. Of course, among the nearly 100 spirit craftsmen working on the hidden WRM lake, there were also over 20 who did not have amber dots on their heads. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Yuan blinked. He didn't expect that after he awakened the power of faith, the world he saw was different from before. He could judge the closeness of a person to a certain extent based on how much faith they had in him. Lin Yuan looked at Wendy in his arms and asked softly, "Wendy, do you know what emotions the power of faith comes from?" Wendy shook her head in confusion. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, Morbius replied, "That's right. The power of faith mainly comes from emotions. Different emotions produce different power of faith. The gratification, sincere friendship, admiration, longing, respect, and other emotions that elders have for their juniors will produce the power of faith. However, emotions like love cannot be attributed to the power of faith. To a certain extent, Lin Yuan, you can judge whether a person has another purpose for you based on whether they have the power of faith for you or how much power of faith they have. Upon hearing Morbius' words, Lin Yuan immediately understood what it meant. If a person seems to be very nice to you, but really doesn't have any faith in you, so to a certain extent, this person was not sincere to you. Unless this person has fallen in love with you, this kind of power could be said to be a power that many people dreamed of because it could see straight into one's heart. At the same time, Lin Yuan remembered the over 20 spirit craftsmen who didn't have the power of faith for him at the hidden WIRM lake. As for these spirit craftsmen, apart from the normal remuneration, Lin Yuan would not pour any resources into them. After Lin Yuan returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone with Blue, he immediately took out all the Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He didn't care if these Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls had pearls or not, and he fed them all to Blue. Anyway, with the current spirit chi density in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, there was no need to store the Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls. The aquamarine elemental shellfish's production speed was enough for the floating island whale to absorb. A large chest of Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls fused into Blue's body, but its grade did not increase as quickly as Lin Yuan imagined. Then Lin Yuan reacted. The important thing about the Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls was the purity of the water element, not the quantity. An entire chest of Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls finally raised Blue's grade to Gold 2/Legend. Lin Yuan immediately checked Gold Blue's true data. Fey name, source moving water, stream. Fey species, source species/sacred source species. Fey grade, Gold 2 out of 10. Fey type, water Fey quality. Legend abilities, frowny face, rapid flow. Water body flows rapidly. The energy formed by the water's flow can drive the water body to circulate in any place. Flow break. Cut off the body and turn the water element carried by the body into a surging flow of water to attack the target. Water of faith. Brew the power of faith into a warm flow of water. The warm flow of water brewed by the power of faith can nourish other life forms that use the power of faith as a source of power. Water of faith can promote life forms that use the power of faith as a source of power to quickly recover the consumed power of faith and slowly strengthen the power of faith contained in their bodies. At the same time, after the separated water of faith is taken back into the Tao body, the user can obtain power of faith equal to the increase of the target's water of faith. Faith possession. The host can fuse with the source moving water. After the fusion, the host can borrow all of the source moving water's power and inject the power of faith into the source moving water to strengthen the source moving water's original abilities. Exclusive skill, frowny face power, water soul. Choose a kind of power and condense it into a soul of the source moving water. This kind of power can be freely chosen, but after choosing a kind of power, the other powers cannot be changed. This kind of power will affect the formation of the source moving water's abilities and other exclusive skills. When the source moving water receives the feedback of this power to a certain extent, it can make the source moving water comprehend willpower runes from the world according to the characteristics of each body's water element. When he saw Blue's two new abilities, Lin Yuan's mind immediately became active. It could be said that Blue's silver ability, Water of Faith, surprised Lin Yuan the most. With the Water of Faith, the power of faith in Wendy and the lizard totem could be rapidly improved. The second one was even better. End of this chapter. Chapter 1038. While increasing Wendy's and lizard tongue's power of faith, Lin Yuan could also receive the power of faith in return. Although Lin Yuan was still in the exploration stage of using the power of faith. This could undoubtedly increase the amount of power of faith in the shrine in Lin Yuan's soul. According to the skill introduction, Water of Faith could immediately turn Blue's body into an item. In this case, if he gave the water of faith to the other apostles in the swamp world? Could he gain the friendship of the other apostles? If this was feasible, then the apostles in the swamp world would become his tools. He could collect a lot of power of faith through the other apostles in the swamp world. Lin Yuan planned to try the feasibility of this method when he had the chance. As for Blue Blue's gold skill, faith possession, Lin Yuan could mobilize the power of faith himself and enhance Blue Blue's skill. It could be said that faith possession looked somewhat similar to the fusion between Xioning and his golden cat Fei. Looking at Blue Blue, Lin Yuan wondered if he and Blue Blue would become mermaids after fusing, right? However, in Lin Yuan's understanding, there seemed to be no male existence among mermaids. At the thought of this, Lin Yuan immediately did not want to continue thinking about it. Anyway, he did not necessarily have to use Blue Blue's gold skill, faith possession. When facing a strong enemy, he still had other means to deal with it. Then, Lin Yuan brought Blue Blue out of the Spirit Lock spatial zone and appeared next to the hidden WRM lake again. Blue Blue, who had been promoted to gold, was much bigger than when she had been at bronze. There were also many accessories condensed from water elements on her body. Even Blue Blue's fishtail, which was originally shaped like a stream of water, had begun to grow blue tourmaline scales. Lin Yuan said to Blue Blue, "Blue, release the water element energy. Azure, release your water elemental energy. Let me see how far you can go with your water body." True data just now indicated that Blue Blue's water body could reach the level of a stream. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's command, Blue Blue swung its tail, and the 12 blue ribbons wrapped around its tail turned into 12 streams that were nearly 500 meters long in front of Blue Blue. Each stream was nearly 10 meters wide. Based on the twisting light and shadow in Blue Blue's streams, Lin Yuan could see the rapid flow of the streams. In order not to destroy the facilities in the manor, the 12 meandering streams went straight into the sky with a wave of Blue Blue's arms. Lin Yuan felt that if he used flow severance now, it would really be like a huge waterfall falling from the sky. The spirit craftsman working on the Shining Sun King, Lotus looked at this scene in horror. Lin Yuan did not know what these spirit craftsmen were feeling at the moment, but the faith light above their heads was obviously a bit larger than before. Among the nearly 20 spirit craftsmen who didn't have faith in him, a dozen or so spirit craftsmen also had faint amber light spots above their heads. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan still did not cross off this spirit craftsman who had faith in him from the list. In terms of benefits, spending resources to nurture these spirit craftsmen was far inferior to nurturing other spirit craftsmen who had stronger faith in him. At that moment, Morbius, Genius, and Chimy's voices echoed in his mind at the same time. Lin Yuan, quickly come to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Gray is in trouble. No, something must have happened in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone with Bailan. After returning to the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan felt his scalp tingle. It was as though a thief had entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan saw a large amount of spirit chi, and the elemental pearls stored in the Spirit Lock spatial zone constantly rushing toward Gray's eggshell. A faint cloud appeared on the eggshell, like a child who was not full. Lin Yuan now had to face a choice. He did not know how long Gray would need to absorb spirit chi like this. If it took too long, the floating island whale and the elemental shellfish would be affected. Lin Yuan looked at the expanded spirit pool that was breaking down the energy ores in the golden discs at the bottom of the pool. Lin Yuan hurriedly took out nearly 100 golden discs from the bottom of the spirit pool. Lin Yuan found that the energy ores in more than 80 golden discs had been used up. Lin Yuan realized that he had not cared about the spirit chi consumption in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for almost a month. Lin Yuan quickly took out his energy or reserves and poured a large amount of energy ores into the golden discs. After thinking about it, Lin Yuan decided not to interrupt Gray's sudden change. While Gray was greedily devouring the spirit chi, it was also greedily devouring the pure elemental energy in the elemental pearls. Yuan could not help but have a guess in his mind. Lin Yuan had heard his master, the Moon Empress, mention it when she had a question and answer session with him. The birth of a favored spirit would be accompanied by a shocking change. However, the phenomenon caused by the birth of the favored spirit was too big, and it would often attract the attention of many fays. An unhatched heavenly favor spirit was a great supplement for other fays. When ordinary fays devoured the unborn favored spirit of heaven, they might obtain shocking opportunities. Therefore, without the protection of a powerful fay, it would be very difficult for the spirit of heavenly favor to be born. As the spirit lock spatial zone was only 160 square meters in size, nothing could be seen. In the outside world, Gray could absorb spiritual chi and elemental energy like this. It would probably immediately absorb all the spiritual power and elemental energy in the entire royal city. It could be said to be an earth-shattering change. Furthermore, the birth of each favored spirit required a large amount of resources. In a situation where resources were insufficient, the heavenly chosen spirit would choose to bury its bloodline within its body, degenerating a portion of its genetic model in order to preserve its life. After the favored spirit had degenerated its genetic model, it would be the same as abandoning it from its body. The possibility of it expressing itself again could be described as negligible. Previously, when Gray had transformed from an ordinary fae into a heaven and earth fae, Lin Yuan had been a little curious, but he did not think much about it. Now, it seemed like the newly born Gray that he had found in the depths of the endless forest without expressing its genes was a favored spirit that had degenerated most of its genes to preserve its life. Now, due to the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone and the pure elemental energy in the elemental pearls, Gray had obtained a chance. Now that he had the chance to replenish the genetic model that had faded away, he could once again attack the favored spirit. This was an opportunity that Gray had fought for, and Lin Yuan did not intend to be a burden to Gray. In the end, before Lin Yuan could worry for 2 minutes, Gray seemed to have absorbed enough pure spirit chi and stopped absorbing it. The spirit chi surging out of the spirit pool quickly caused the spirit chi concentration in the spirit lock spatial zone to reach saturation. This allowed Lin Yuan to heave a sigh of relief. However, Lin Yuan's sigh of relief soon became suspended. Chapter 3, Seeking Monthly Votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1039. Gray was no longer absorbing the spirit chi, but it was eyeing the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls that contained elemental power. The heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls in the spirit lock spatial zone were like free jelly beans that kept gushing toward the eggshell that was wrapped in gray. These heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, which contained all sorts of pure elements, directly shattered on the surface of the gray eggshell. Just like that, Gray drank the pure energy of various attributes. When he saw the emptied heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls in the spirit lock spatial zone, he felt his scalp go numb. The spirit lock spatial zone was originally filled with a small mountain of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. The production speed of the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls from the 7 bronze/legend elemental shellfish was simply too fast. In addition, Lin Yuan had been rather busy this month. The heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls of the various elements were simply split up by the wind speed rapid antelopes, and the pearls hadn't been picked yet. Hence, he had yet to put away these heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. The earth elemental pearls he had used to heal the predator butterfly, and the water elemental pearls he had used to feed blue jade were slightly lesser. There were at least 2,000 fire elemental and wind elemental pearls. However, he did not have the time to feel sorry for the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that Gray had absorbed. Lin Yuan once again felt Gray's urgent need for elemental energy. At this time, he naturally could not take Gray out of the spirit-locked spatial zone and let it freely absorb the various elemental energies in the world. Even if he was the Moon Empress disciple and was in the royal capital, the heavenly favor spirit's incubation would trigger a heaven and earth anomaly. It would definitely cause quite a bit of trouble. The world anomaly caused by the favored spirit wasn't only visible in the Radiance Federation. Even the other federations in the main world could sense it. With the preciousness of the heavenly chosen spirit, it would definitely attract the ill intentions of the other federations. The Radiance Federation was so powerful that the other federations did not dare to act forcefully on the surface. However, any federation that possessed an island whale that could cross the sea would probably secretly cause trouble for the Radiance Federation. He was going to look for the favored spirit that had appeared in the Radiance Federation. The Radiance Federation would definitely be in chaos. Furthermore, humans weren't the only truly powerful beings in the origin world. Some powerful Fays would also establish their own factions. The Radiance Federation didn't have such factions built by Fays. Even if there were, they would be taken in and cleaned up by the spirit guards. However, there were plenty of factions in the other federations that were built by Fays. A favored spirit was far more enticing to powerful Fays than a spirit chi professional. He did not dare to imagine how big of a storm it would cause if many powerful Fays transformed into human forms and secretly lurked in the Radiance Federation. At this thought, Lin Yuan was a little worried about the heaven and earth anomaly that would be triggered when the Mother of Bloodbath broke through to Myth 3. If the Mother of Bloodbath really awakened the sundial jade spider bloodline in its body when it broke through to Myth 3, it would definitely usher in the same mutation as Gray. However, the situation of the Mother of Bloodbath and Gray was different. He could not recall the Mother of Bloodbath into the spirit-locked spatial zone, since it needed to undergo the Third World cleansing. At that time, the riots caused by the Mother of Bloodbath's transformation into a favored spirit would still occur. Lin Yuan sighed. This matter is really not easy to solve. Lin Yuan, who was sighing, suddenly thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. When the Mother of Bloodbath underwent the Third World cleansing and transformed into a favored spirit, he could completely bring it to the Divine Wood Federation. At that time, whether the Divine Wood Federation was in chaos or not was none of his business. He might even be able to secretly fish in the chaotic Divine Wood Federation and obtain a lot of benefits. At present, Gray was thirsting for elemental energy, and Lin Yuan could not take it out. The spirit-locked spatial zone was not like the outside world, which was full of elemental energy. Therefore, Lin Yuan could only take out the inventory of elemental pearls that he had stored in the amber button-shaped diamond box. He had sorted out this inventory a month ago. Lin Yuan sorted out the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with pearls of each element in the spirit-locked spatial zone, 1,000 of each. These 4,000 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with pearls were treated as his own inventory, and he planned to use them in case of emergencies. As long as he did not encounter an emergency, Lin Yuan did not intend to use them at all. He did not even have the thought of using the slaughtering butterfly to restore its exhausted bloodline and let blue increase its grade. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt that he really had foresight. If he had not stored 4,000 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in advance, Gray's advancement as a favored spirit was destined to fail. However, Lin Yuan could not guarantee that the 4,000 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls he had stored in advance would be enough for Gray to complete the favored spirit's transformation. However, Lin Yuan really did not have any more heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Even if it could not, Lin Yuan had already done his best, and there was no other way. He could only treat a dead horse as a living horse. Regardless of how many heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls Gray could absorb, Lin Yuan opened the box containing 4,000 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls and placed them in front of Gray. He allowed Gray to freely use the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls of each element. In the incubation state, Gray did not stand on ceremony at all. In about 5 minutes, the box filled with heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls had already been emptied. Gray's thirst for elemental energy had also weakened significantly. After Lin Yuan quickly replenished the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by 7 bronze/legend elemental shellfish, cracks immediately appeared on Gray's eggshell made of feathers. Immediately after, misty clouds gushed out from the cracks on the eggshell. A faintly discernible crane shadow mixed in the clouds and arrived in front of Lin Yuan. A tender, affectionate, and aggrieved voice rang in Lin Yuan's ears. "Daddy, Gray used too many good things just now. Gray did not do it on purpose. Gray cannot control its body's demand for elemental energy." Upon hearing Gray's words, Lin Yuan was slightly startled. Lin Yuan had raised many of his fays as if they were his sons and daughters. However, it was indeed Lin Yuan's first time being called daddy by a fae. This gave Lin Yuan a strange feeling in his heart. Speaking of which, Gray was indeed a favored spirit. It could already speak right after hatching. Moreover, according to Gray's words, Gray had its own consciousness in the eggshell. Even if Gray was always in the eggshell, it still did not affect its perception of the outside world. Since Lin Yuan had given Gray these heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, he naturally would not blame Gray afterward. "Gray is fine. As long as I have it, it doesn't matter how many heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls you spend during the incubation process." The first was even better. End of this chapter. Chapter 1040. Fortunately, you don't need more heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Otherwise, the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls wouldn't be enough for you. When the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in the Spirit Lock spatial zone had been used up, Lin Yuan still had some left. Apart from the 7 bronze/legend elemental shellfish that had just produced, Lin Yuan didn't have any extra heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. When Gray heard Lin Yuan's words, it timidly said, "Daddy, Gray loves you. Daddy, Gray loves you." The cloud of clouds with crane shadows gently shrouded Lin Yuan, and then Lin Yuan felt something sink in his arms. It was as though something had landed in his arms, and a pair of wings were gently hugging him. Lin Yuan lowered his head and realized that he couldn't see anything with his naked eye. He could only see a cloud of mist. If one looked closely, they would be able to vaguely see the silhouette of a crane in the clouds. This surprised Lin Yuan with Gray's concealment ability. He was so close to Gray that if he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't be able to see Gray's figure. If Gray were to soar above the 9 heavens and hide within the layers of clouds, then even fays that were good at scouting wouldn't be able to easily find Gray. Lin Yuan planned to take a good look at Gray's true data. He wanted to see if Gray had transformed into a true blessed being after causing such a mutation and consuming such a large amount of pure spirit chi and elemental energy. Fey name, Heaven Cloud Crane. Fey species, Feathered Crane species / Red Crane species. Fey grade. Normal, I 1/10. Fey type. Nature, Fey quality. Normal abilities, frowny face, weather clouds. The user's body appears in the form of clouds and mist all day long. When the user's body appears in the form of clouds and mist, the user will have an affinity with all natural weather phenomena. The user can absorb weather phenomena through the user's body and condense them into the clouds and mist. Every time the user absorbs a weather phenomenon, a new skill will be created. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed when he saw Gray's true data, and he revealed a big smile. According to the information given by Wenyu, Lin Yuan understood that if he wanted to know if a fae was a blessed being, he could determine it through the phase type. Among the numerous faes, only the heavenly blessed items element was the nature type. According to Gray's True Data's fae type, Lin Yuan could confirm that Gray was a true blessed fae. At the same time, Lin Yuan finally understood why Gray seemed to have no physical body and had been hiding in the clouds. So it was because of Gray's normal skill, Weather Cloud. Gray Ash's normal skill, Weather Cloud, was an active and passive skill combined into one. At that moment, Grayish's form was the passive function of the Weather Cloud form, which shocked Lin Yuan. If a favored spirit wanted to increase its strength and rank, it no longer needed to rely on spiritual energy. They also had to rely on natural energy. This was also the reason why the heavenly blessings were of the natural element. For example, after the mother of Bloodbath transformed into a sundial jade spider, it needed to absorb natural energy from the sun. Gray was different from the sundial jade spider. The sundial jade spider absorbed the natural energy from the sun, while Gray absorbed the natural energy contained in various meteorological phenomena. These weather types included sunny, cloudy, rainy, snowy, and other weather types. Gray would then condense these absorbed meteorological phenomena into the clouds that it had transformed into. At the same time, every time Gray absorbed a kind of meteorological phenomenon, it could produce an ability based on the absorbed meteorological phenomena. This allowed Gray to produce many more abilities out of thin air. Of course, these abilities that were produced by absorbing meteorological phenomena were not without restrictions. These skills that Gray Ash absorbed through the weather would prevent it from gaining new skills when it leveled up in the future. Of course, according to True Data, Lin Yuan knew that the abilities that were produced after Gray absorbed the meteorological phenomena could be constantly strengthened. For example, if Gray absorbed the same kind of meteorological phenomena multiple times, then the abilities derived from the meteorological phenomena would be strengthened. Just as Lin Yuan was looking at Gray's True Data, a strange spiritual wave surged out of Gray's body in Lin Yuan's arms. Immediately after, Lin Yuan realized that he and Gray had formed a close contract connection. This was Gray's contract method. Before Gray hatched, Lin Yuan had cut his palm many times and smeared the blood from his palm on Gray's eggshell. This allowed Gray to have a close connection with his bloodline. This way, after Gray hatched, it would take the initiative to form a contract with him. It could be said that Gray was Lin Yuan's first contracted spirit of heaven. As a spirit of heaven, Gray's willpower rune needed to be comprehended from nature. This meant that Lin Yuan did not need to specially comprehend willpower runes for Gray. The two idle willpower runes in Lin Yuan's mind were not suitable for Gray at all. Daddy, Gray wants to eat the pond fish that Daddy fed Gray. As Gray spoke, it was obvious that it was feeling shy. It seemed to be embarrassed that it had taken the initiative to ask Lin Yuan to feed it. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan hurriedly took out the fat pond fish that he had prepared for Gray from the amber button-shaped diamond face storage box. At that time, Lin Yuan had spent a lot of effort to let Gray grow a body that was thin. Lin Yuan had fed these pond fish with medicinal phase so that when Gray devoured these pond fish, it could absorb the mildest medicinal properties through the pond fish's flesh. Through the mild medicinal properties, Gray's weak body was nourished. As Gray had suddenly turned into an eggshell, Lin Yuan had placed the pond fish that Gray had not finished eating in its original place. Now, these pond fish were put to use again. It could be said that since Gray had evolved, it had been a long time since it had eaten. After placing the 10 pond fish on the ground, Lin Yuan said, "Gray, eat. If it is not enough, there are still over 20 in the diamond face storage box. Now that you have completed your transformation, your body has completely recovered. You can eat more delicacies besides pond fish. I will prepare a new meal for you in the next 2 days." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, Gray obediently said, "Thank you, Daddy." "Thank you, Dad. Gray is about to start." After Gray finished speaking, Lin Yuan felt the grip on his arms loosen. Obviously, Gray had flown away from his arms. Lin Yuan saw a few fat pond fish in the pot surrounded by clouds, and soon one of them disappeared. When every fish in the pond disappeared, Lin Yuan could vaguely see a crane's shadow moving around the basin. The 10 pond fish were quickly eaten by Gray. Feeling that Gray was not full and embarrassed to open its mouth, Lin Yuan simply poured the remaining pond fish into the pot. The second one was even worse. "Something happened to my body, and I was hospitalized last night. This is the first time I have missed a chapter. Please forgive me. I will make up for it." End of this chapter. Chapter 1041. Seeing that Gray had already eaten 14 or 15 fish, a question suddenly popped up in Lin Yuan's mind. Gray had eaten so much. How was it going to poop when the time came? Could it be that a pile of poop suddenly fell from a cloud that was floating in the sky? Just as Lin Yuan was pondering, Gray had already killed the 13th fish in the basin and stopped. "Daddy, Gray has eaten too much. Gray wants to fly outside for a while." Upon hearing Gray's words, Lin Yuan immediately brought Gray out of the spirit lock spatial zone. At that moment, the spirit craftsman working on the hidden WRM lake saw Lin Yuan again. However, Lin Yuan was no longer accompanied by the dark blue mermaid girl. Instead, there was a faintly discernible cloud and mist. Outside the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan heard Gray's voice again. "Daddy, the weather is sunny now. Gray wants to eat this sunny weather." Lin Yuan smiled when he sensed Gray's eagerness to devour the clear sky weather phenomenon into its body. Lin Yuan naturally would not reject Gray's desire to increase its strength. Lin Yuan also wanted to see what kind of ability Gray would produce after swallowing a weather. After obtaining Lin Yuan's permission, Gray let out a soft cry. A misty ray of light seemed to separate from the clear sky. This misty ray of light revealed a brilliant sunny feeling. Upon seeing this ray of light, Lin Yuan felt as though he was looking at a cloudless sunny day. Gray's cloud and mist could only cover 5 to 6 square meters. When this misty ray of light descended, Gray's cloud suddenly expanded. At that moment, Gray's cloud was like a kind of white cloud that descended from the sky. It was enough to cover up to 100 square meters. Close to 100 square meters of cloud soared up, and Gray absorbed this misty ray of light in midair. Lin Yuan saw that Gray's cloud was immediately dyed with the sunny feeling. The cloud seemed to have the feeling of a bright sun shining high up in the sky. Gray was not satisfied even after absorbing the misty and clear light. He kept squeezing more and more misty light from the clear sky. As it continued to absorb, the sunny feeling in the Gray clouds became stronger and stronger. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Yuan frowned tightly. At that moment, Lin Yuan did not check what abilities Gray had absorbed from this sunny weather. However, no matter what ability Gray absorbed, no matter how powerful it was, Lin Yuan would not be very happy, because after absorbing the weather, the Gray clouds also carried the smell of this weather. This caused the Gray clouds to lose their concealment ability. If it happened to be a cloudy and rainy day, the clouds formed by the ashes would appear to be out of place with the surrounding environment. It could directly attract the attention of passers-by. Moreover, it had only absorbed the weather of a sunny day. If Gray ash absorbed the weather of a rainy or snowy day, the ash was even more obvious in the sky. However, Lin Yuan could not let Gray absorb the chi phenomenon. Due to the uniqueness of the favored spirit, if Gray did not absorb the chi, it would not be able to level up. After absorbing so much of the clear sky weather, Gray's rank had risen from common to common, rank 4, elite. Lin Yuan did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that as Chimey absorbed the clear sky weather, the sky gradually darkened. Gray, which had transformed into a cloud and was floating in the sky, was obviously more excited about the changes in the weather. The sky that had just darkened immediately descended with a somewhat gloomy gray light beam. This somewhat gray light beam was once again absorbed by Gray. In addition to the sunny weather, the clouds formed by Gray now had an additional hint of gloominess. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Gray was not picky about its food and would eat no matter what weather it was. If Gray had absorbed the clear sky weather, it could still rise into the sky on a sunny day. Now that Gray, which contained both the clear sky weather and the cloudy sky weather, was floating in the sky, it would also appear out of place. Lin Yuan used Morbius True Data to check the abilities that Gray had obtained after absorbing the clear sky weather and the cloudy sky weather. Clear sky's brilliance transformed the original weather in an area covered by clouds into clear sky weather. At the same time, the life forms in the area covered by clear sky weather will be covered by the clear sky weather mark. Friendly targets' light-type abilities will have an increase in lethality, while enemies will suffer from a series of negative effects, such as heat stroke and burning. Cloudy sky's shadow transformed the original weather in an area covered by clouds into cloudy sky. At the same time, the life forms in the area covered by cloudy sky weather will be covered by the cloudy sky weather mark. Friendly targets' dark-type abilities will have an increase in lethality, while enemies will suffer from a series of negative effects such as disorientation and fear. Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised when he saw the abilities that Gray had obtained after absorbing the clear sky and the cloudy sky weather. These two abilities were abilities that buffed allies and weakened enemies. Under the clouds, each ability was like a domain, and these abilities could be stacked with each other. With the weather mark, there was no need to fear that the abilities' effects would affect each other. Clear Sky's brilliance was very compatible with Chimey. Under the clear sky's brilliance, Chimey's cleansing light could recover its exhausted vitality faster. At the same time, it would also increase the lethality of Chimey's light-type abilities. If the clear sky's brilliance was strong enough, Chimey could rely on its HP lock ability and cleansing light's recovery ability. As long as there was enough spirit chi, it might be able to achieve immortality. As for the cloudy sky's shadow, it was even more useful to Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan did not have any dark-type phase, the sacred sword-embracing queen, which he had contracted, had inscribed a large portion of dark-type laws in its skirt. Even the dark death world, the only world that Lin Yuan had mastered, was a dark-type existence. With the cloudy sky's shadow, Lin Yuan's power would definitely increase when he used the Dark Crow Withering Strike again. At the same time, Lin Yuan was also very interested in the disorientation and fear effects that cloudy sky's shadow could inflict on enemies. Disorientation could reduce the enemy's sense of direction, while fear could reduce the enemy's will to fight. These two negative effects were not very effective in group battles, but they could often turn the tables in a duel between experts. Although Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the clear sky's brilliance and the cloudy sky's shadow, he was still brooding over Gray's loss of its concealment ability. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that the dark clouds in the sky, which had just turned dark, had already gathered together. There was a feeling of black clouds pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Such black clouds seemed as though it would snow at any time. The third time, end of this chapter, chapter 1042, it could be said that the weather had changed from sunny to cloudy to about to snow in less than 10 minutes. Under normal circumstances, this kind of weather change would take at least an hour. So the reason why the weather changed so quickly must have something to do with Gray. However, Lin Yuan hoped that it would snow. This way, Gray could absorb the snow weather to obtain its third skill. Lin Yuan ignored the dumbfounded expressions of the spirit craftsman working on the hidden WRM lake and let the source sand condense into a seat made of sand. Lin Yuan sat on the seat and looked up at the sky. Looking at the thick dark clouds in the sky, Lin Yuan felt that if it really snowed, it would at least last for an entire night. Lin Yuan planned to accompany Gray here to absorb the snowy weather. He wanted to see if Gray, who had just absorbed cloudy weather and reached normal rank 9/flawless, could directly advance to bronze and obtain an exclusive skill with snowy weather. Soon, the feather-sized snowflakes fluttered down and landed on Lin Yuan's shoulders before drifting off his shoulders and falling to the ground. Looking at the abrupt clouds floating in the cloudy sky with a clear texture, Lin Yuan took out his cell phone and called the mother of Bloodbath. After participating in the Nix assembly, his address could be said to have been exposed to the eyes of the top forces. After all, Long Tu had come to visit with great fanfare previously. Before the Nix assembly, he had attracted the attention of many top and veteran forces. There were definitely veteran and peak forces around his manor trying to find out what was going on. Although the sky had darkened, it wasn't really night yet. Therefore, the cloud of ash didn't look as abrupt. When it was completely dark, as long as someone looked up at the sky, they would immediately notice the difference in the clouds formed by the gray ash in the sky. He planned to let the mother of Bloodbath circulate the blood law to shield the phenomenon in the sky, with his identity as the Moon Empress disciple. Even if the veteran factions and top faction spies were curious as to why the mother of Bloodbath wanted to seal off the space, they wouldn't be able to do so. He probably did not have the guts to break the mother of Bloodbath's restriction in the return from Faraway Manor to investigate the situation in the sky. After Lin Yuan finished the call, a red light flashed, and the mother of Bloodbath quickly appeared in front of him. Lin Yuan immediately said to the mother of Bloodbath, "Mother of Bloodbath, shield the space above our return from Faraway Manor. Don't let anyone find out what's going on in the return from Faraway Manor." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's instructions, the mother of Bloodbath did not ask much and immediately rose into the air. The suzerain/myth 2 aura erupted, and blood law runes emerged from the mother of Bloodbath's body, forming a barrier that enveloped the sky above the return from Faraway Manor. Lin Yuan rarely troubled the mother of Bloodbath, so the mother of Bloodbath knew that it must be important for him to look for it. The mother of Bloodbath, which had shielded the return from Faraway Manor's sky, naturally sensed Gray's strange cloud. At first, the mother of Bloodbath did not feel anything. However, when the mother of Bloodbath discovered that this strange cloud was absorbing the energy of the snowy weather from the sky, it immediately widened its eyes. As he possessed the bloodline of the sundial jade spider, he naturally had an extraordinary understanding of the heavenly spirits. Thus, the mother of Bloodbath quickly determined that the strange cloud in the sky was formed by a favored spirit. Judging from its aura, this favored spirit was still very weak. Lin Yuan had asked the mother of Bloodbath to shield the return from Faraway Manor's sky because he obviously did not want others to detect the existence of this favored spirit. Could it be that this favored spirit is Lin Yuan's fae? At the thought of this, the mother of Bloodbath felt its scalp tingle. If that was the case, then Lin Yuan's growth was too fast. Previously, the mother of Bloodbath had sensed the favored spirit's aura from the Moon Empress, which meant that the Moon Empress had a favored spirit. However, even if the Moon Empress had a favored spirit, she would not go to the extent of equipping one for Lin Yuan, right? Since it involved Lin Yuan's favored spirit, the mother of Bloodbath did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. At the same time, it released its aura to deter the experts around the return from Faraway Manor, whose strength far exceeded its own. Soon, the mother of Bloodbath received the signal from these experts. These experts were obviously very afraid of Lin Yuan's identity and hurriedly retreated within 5 miles of the return from Faraway Manor after the mother of Bloodbath issued a warning. Looking at Gray absorbing the snowy weather in the sky, Lin Yuan just sat quietly on the chair. As he felt the endless snowflakes falling from the sky, Lin Yuan could not remember how long it had been since he had calmed down to look at the myriad natural phenomena. Back when he had been in Redbud City, Xia region, he had nothing to do and would lie by the window to look at the night sky and scenery. Under this boundless snow, the return from Faraway Manor, which was always lush with vegetation, was also covered with a thin layer of snow. The falling snowflakes looked very big, but it was still early spring. The snow that had fallen earlier would immediately melt when it landed on the ground. Only after the first snow lowered the ground temperature could the next snow remain in the world. After this heavy snow, the royal capital would definitely cool down. At the same time, the footsteps of spring would be delayed by about a week. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of those peddlers selling plum branches when he had gone to Tongxi Road. This heavy snow would definitely make those peddlers smile from ear to ear. It would also allow the plum branch business, which should have stopped within a week, to continue for at least half a month. Under the snowy sky, Lin Yuan, who was very pleased with the snowy scenery, could not help but softly hum a song. Your hair is like the snow, sad and beautiful parting, who is my incense touched, inviting the bright moon to let the memories be bright. Love is perfect under the moonlight. Your hair is like the snow, fluttering with tears. Who have I waited to grow old? Intoxicated with the world of mortals, I use no regrets to engrave the monument of eternal love for you. Although Lin Yuan was not good at singing, he would never go out of tune. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have been able to teach Chimey to sing. Chimey did not know how to compose music, so it only learned the tune that Lin Yuan sang. Lin Yuan, who had not sung for a long time, sounded a little hoarse, but it revealed the beauty of youth. When Lin Yuan's clear voice entered the mother of Bloodbath's ears, it was slightly startled. Lin Yuan's voice revealed the taste of love, with love's parting and steadfastness. The mother of Bloodbath did not remember Lin Yuan having a partner. Furthermore, the mother of Bloodbath had already known that Chimey was the sparrow-voiced lowly goddess a few days ago. After that, the mother of Bloodbath would occasionally go to Chimey's live-streaming room to listen to it sing. The mother of Bloodbath had even asked Chimey how it had come up with these songs, and Chimey had said that Lin Yuan had taught it. The mother of Bloodbath suddenly recalled that most of the songs that Chimey sang in the live-streaming room were about love. Could Lin Yuan be an LSP, a great Casanova? At that thought, the mother of Bloodbath hurriedly shook its head. Lin Yuan could not be an LSP, a great Casanova. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have been a single dog. Chapter 1043. Lin Yuan didn't know what the mother of Bloodbath was thinking. If he did, he would definitely feel wronged. How did I become an LSP, a Casanova? If I were an LSP, a Casanova, I wouldn't have been solo until now. So much so that in the dead of night, only my hands would occasionally accompany me. Lin Yuan sat in the snow for an entire night. Lin Yuan realized that when Gray absorbed the weather, it absorbed both the snowy weather and the cloudy weather. There was no conflict between the two weather conditions. At this moment, Gray's rank had already reached Elite Rank 9 Epic. It only needed one more grade to smoothly evolve to Bronze grade. The night was ending, and the sky was slowly turning bright. The cloudy weather conditions that Gray absorbed started to decrease, but at the same time, Gray could start to absorb sunny weather conditions again. Soon, the sky was completely bright, and the snow that had fallen for an entire night started to gradually lessen. At this moment, Gray, who had reached the Elite Level 10 Epic grade, suddenly turned into a cloud and expanded outwards. At the same time, 3 exclusive skills appeared for Lin Yuan to choose from. Lin Yuan knew that Gray had successfully evolved to bronze grade. Lin Yuan sat up straight on the chair formed by the source sand and carefully checked Gray's first exclusive skill. Endless cloud. Make the clouds thin and fuse the thin clouds into the natural clouds. Use one's own clouds to control the natural clouds, allowing the original cloud area to expand. When he saw this exclusive skill, Lin Yuan rubbed his forehead helplessly. If this exclusive skill, Endless Cloud, was in the past, Lin Yuan would naturally be extremely excited. Lin Yuan had previously wanted to let Genius use the Connect Tail to connect Wenyu and Gray. This way, after transforming into the Heaven Listening Secret Manual, Wenyu could rely on the area covered by Gray's clouds to gather information. This exclusive skill, Endless Cloud, could perfectly fulfill Lin Yuan's previous idea. But now Gray, which had 3 kinds of weather conditions, was like a traffic light. If it expanded the clouds, wouldn't it be even more conspicuous? Therefore, Lin Yuan gave up on the first exclusive skill without thinking. Anyway, as Gray's strength increased, the area covered by the clouds would constantly increase. Then he checked the second exclusive skill, Nirvana of the Flowing Clouds. As long as the clouds do not disperse, life will not end. Even if the main body is killed, as long as there is a trace of the main body's cloud, the cloud will immediately turn into an eggshell. After the eggshell hatches, the main body will revive. Lin Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows at the second exclusive skill. It could be said that Gray's second exclusive skill was in line with Lin Yuan's intentions. Now that Gray had become so conspicuous, it would be easy for others to target him. Before Gray became stronger, it would lose its life if it was targeted. The second exclusive skill, Flowing Cloud Nirvana, could increase Gray's chances of survival. After Gray Ash was killed, Gray Ash would be able to rely on the remaining Cloud Chi to revive. Lin Yuan decided that if the third exclusive skill was as useless as the first one, or if it couldn't solve Gray's current problem, he would have to give it a try. Lin Yuan decided to choose Gray's second exclusive skill, Flowing Clouds Nirvana. As soon as he checked and saw the third exclusive skill, Lin Yuan immediately laughed out loud. Pact of the Precious Jade. Condense each type of absorbed weather into a special kind of precious jade. The precious jade will form a specific precious jade pattern that will grow on the feathers. After the weather condenses into the precious jade pattern, the clouds will no longer contain the weather aura. When the precious jade pattern is activated, each type of weather will turn into a specific precious jade beast. It could be said that the third exclusive skill, Pact of the Precious Jade, resolved Lin Yuan's worry after seeing Gray absorb the weather. With Pact of the Precious Jade, Gray could still turn into a formless cloud in the sky. It could also conceal the floating island whale and Jade Blue. In addition, the Pact of the Precious Jade also gave Gray a new combat style. It allowed Gray to become like a spirit chi professional. It was as though each type of weather had become Gray's contracted fae. Gray relied on constantly absorbing the weather to strengthen its contracted fae, and used the weather to transform into a precious jade beast in combat. The appearance of the precious jade beast was equivalent to Gray's original combat style of increasing its own strength and reducing the enemy's overflow. It allowed Gray to use its offensive style to fight against the enemy, which was equivalent to breaking through its own limitations. It allowed Gray to turn from a pure support to an existence that emphasized both support and offense. Of course, the exclusive skill, Pact of the Precious Jade, was not without its drawbacks. Pact of the Precious Jade allowed Gray's originally formless body to grow ornaments of precious jade. Moreover, as Gray absorbed more types of weather, the ornaments on its body also increased. This caused Gray's body to become more and more conspicuous. Fortunately, Gray's body could also hide in the clouds. Even if Gray had the ornaments of precious jade on its body, it would not be easily discovered by others. In addition, the growing ornaments of precious jade on Gray's body made it easier for Lin Yuan to find traces of Gray. After Lin Yuan confirmed that Gray's exclusive skill was packed of the precious jade, Lin Yuan saw that the originally abrupt cloud in the sky immediately lost its sense of abruptness. The cloud continued to spread, and after spreading, it could easily cover up to 1,000 square meters. It could be said that after Gray reached bronze, the cloud's coverage area was not small. Immediately after, Lin Yuan saw a crane-shaped phantom with sun-shaped topaz ornaments, moon-shaped amethyst ornaments, and snowflake-shaped aquamarine ornaments burrow out of the cloud. Based on these precious jade ornaments, Lin Yuan knew that Gray was flying toward him. Lin Yuan immediately reached out and hugged Gray. After hugging Gray, Lin Yuan realized that after Gray's grade increased, its body weight did not increase much. After absorbing the snowy weather for an entire night, a new skill had appeared in Gray. Snow weathers freeze. In an area covered by clouds, the original weather will be transformed into snow weather. At the same time, creatures in the area will be covered with the snow weather mark. When friendly targets use ice-type skills in snow weather, the damage will be increased. When using water-type skills can be turned into ice-type skills by consuming spirit chi. In snow weather, enemies will suffer a series of negative effects such as stiffness and numbness. At the same time, the power of fire-type skills will be reduced. Lin Yuan did not know if it was because Gray absorbed the snow weather more than the sunny weather or the cloudy weather. Snow weather's freeze snow weather was obviously more expressive than the sunny weather's brilliance and the cloudy weather's shadow. Seeing Gray's freeze snow weather, Lin Yuan immediately thought of blue. If the snow weather's freeze snow weather could turn a water-type skill into an ice-type skill, then when blue used the water break skill, wouldn't the huge waterfall from the sky become a huge iceberg from the sky? The second was even worse. End of this chapter. Chapter 1044. The water pillar's impact was scattered and not as focused as the ice pillar. The ice pillar could accurately hit a single point and deal a huge amount of damage. At the same time, under Blue's control, the tip of the ice pillar would become abnormally sharp. Wouldn't it become a giant ice arrow that pierced through the sky? With this thought, Lin Yuan could not help but look forward to Gray and Blue's cooperation after they grew up. Seeing Gray moving around in his arms, Lin Yuan said to Gray, "Gray, use your exclusive skill, Jade Pact. Summon the jade beast formed by the weather, and snow weather." When Gray heard Lin Yuan's command, it flapped its wings and flew out of Lin Yuan's arms. When Gray heard Lin Yuan's command, it flapped its wings and flew out of Lin Yuan's arms. As it flapped its wings, the 3 jade ornaments on Gray's body suddenly lit up. Then, from the sun-shaped topaz ornament, a bird-like fay with blazing flames on its head and tail came out. On the moon-shaped amethyst ornament, a black deer-like fay with purple stripes appeared. On the snowflake-shaped sea sapphire ornament, a tortoise fay covered in ice crystals appeared. Lin Yuan realized that the huge flaming bird formed by the weather from the weather was extremely aggressive. The black deer-like fay with purple stripes formed by the weather from the weather had an extremely strong control effect. The tortoise fay with ice crystals formed by the weather from the weather could use the ice crystals for defense. It could be said that Gray had only grasped 3 types of weather until now. However, the jade beast formed by these 3 types of weather was already capable of both defense and defense. Of course, it was limited by Gray's grade, and Gray had not absorbed much weather, so the fay formed by Jade Pact was not very strong. Even so, Gray's current display of strength was far superior to a regular silver fay. Gray was indeed a favored spirit. It was indeed powerful. Lin Yuan carefully checked Gray's true data. Fey name, Heavencloud crane, Fey species, feathered crane/red crane, Fey grade, bronze 1/10, Fey type, nature, Fey quality, normal abilities, weather clouds. The user's body appears in the form of clouds and mist all day long. When the user's body appears in the form of clouds and mist, the user will have an affinity with all natural weather phenomena. The user can absorb weather phenomena through the user's body and condense them into the clouds and mist. Every time the user absorbs a weather phenomenon, a new skill will be created. Clear weather's dazzling light changes the weather in an area covered by clouds to clear weather. At the same time, the clear weather mark is applied to all creatures within the area. Friendly targets will have increased damage when using light skills in clear weather, while enemies will suffer from heat stroke, burns, and other negative effects when using clear weather. Cloudy weather's shadow. In an area covered by clouds, the weather will become cloudy. At the same time, creatures within the area will be marked with the cloudy weather mark. When friendly targets use dark skills in cloudy weather, their damage will be increased, while enemies will suffer from confusion, fear, and other negative effects. Frozen snowy weather. In an area covered by clouds, the weather will be changed into snowy weather. At the same time, creatures in the area will be covered with the snowy weather mark. When friendly targets use ice skills in snowy weather, their damage will be increased. When using water skills can be turned into ice skills by consuming spirit chi. In snowy weather, enemies would receive a series of debuffs such as stiffness and numbness. At the same time, the damage of fire-type skills would be reduced. Exclusive skill Frowny Face Promise of Precious Jade. Condense each type of chi into a special type of precious jade. The precious jade will form a special precious jade pattern that will grow on the feather. After the chi is condensed into a precious jade pattern, the chi will no longer contain any chi. When the precious jade pattern is activated, each chi will turn into a special precious jade beast. Under true data, Gray's quality was only normal. However, he did not need to worry about Gray's current quality. When Gray continued to absorb chi in the process of growing, its quality would definitely improve. Due to Gray's exclusive skill, Pact of the Precious Jade, the mist it turned into was no longer as conspicuous as before. Lin Yuan allowed Gray to freely fly above the return from faraway mansion to absorb the clear weather. Everything was settled. Gray had ascended to the sky, and the Mother of Bloodbath was freed. The Mother of Bloodbath returned to the training room to absorb the blood energy contained in the blood brew grapes. Lin Yuan sat on the chair and had to start facing reality. He could not help but rub his chin with his hand. When he had many heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, he had always been very confident. In the process of building the faction with Zhong Zhe, Gu Lang, Long Tao, and the others, he had directly agreed to the high-star Creation Master resources and heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that the faction needed to develop. During the Interfederation trade with Lin Yuan had also said that he would let Lin freely decide the number of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls for the transaction. At present, the Spirit Heron Chamber of Commerce was developing with the function of luxury resources, and it would inevitably use heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls in the future. When Lu Pinru and Wenyu were developing the Pinru Home brand, Lin Yuan had also suggested to Wenyu to let the Pinru Home provide superior order and distribution services. In order to reflect the nobility of the superior order, Lin Yuan planned to let the superior order clothing be decorated with heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. At the same time, the purchase with No Loss Store fan club that Lin Yuan had taught Listen to need to consume one heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearl every day for group welfare auctions. There were also the floating island whale, Blue, and the slaughter butterfly that had recovered its bloodline. It could be said that the current burden of elemental pearls that Lin Yuan needed to bear was very huge. The awakening of Gray's favored spirit had forcibly reduced Lin Yuan's stockpile of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls to 0. Although the 7 bronze/legend elemental shellfish in the Spirit Lock spatial zone were still continuously producing elemental pearls. Currently, the 7 bronze/legend elemental shellfish were obviously not enough for Lin Yuan. The Spirit Lock spatial zone had evolved not long ago, and the spirit chi concentration had greatly increased. It had broken the stalemate of the spirit chi pool's production and consumption. Now, the spirit chi produced by the spirit pool was far from being enough for the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan had already decided to obtain a few more young elemental shellfish to nurture. However, Gao Feng had also mentioned during the phone call that a large amount of spirit chi had surged out with the opening of the water world dimensional rift. Almost all the young elemental shellfish in the ocean had evolved into exploding pearl shellfish under the nourishment of the large amount of spirit chi. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to obtain young elemental shellfish. This was also the main reason why the heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls prices were constantly rising. Lin Yuan sighed. No matter how rare it is to obtain young elemental shellfish, I must obtain some for myself. If the Spirit Lock spatial zone could produce 7 or 8 more bronze/legend elemental shellfish, Lin Yuan's stockpile of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls would increase exponentially. Even if he encountered a situation like today, where the elemental pearls were forcefully cleared, Lin Yuan would be able to handle all kinds of situations with just 14 or 15 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the various bronze/legend elemental shellfish. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking about how to obtain young elemental shellfish, his phone rang. When he saw the caller, Lin Yuan revealed a smile. It seems like the person who delivered the young elemental shellfish is here. The third update. The following is a warning. There might be an update on the 20th. If everyone votes for more monthly votes and recommendation votes, there might be an update of 20. End of this chapter. Chapter 1045. Just as he picked up his cell phone and was about to pick up the call, since gray ash was happily absorbing the sunny weather in the sky was bright and clear. This caused Her Majesty and the veteran Emperor-class experts, who were currently in the royal capital, to frown and look up at the sky. In the land of spirit suppression, a woman in a black dress with a black veil on her face looked at the sunny sky after a night of heavy snow and said softly, "The sunny air is gathering in the sky above the royal capital. The clear skies are gathering in the sky above the capital. Could it be that a heavenly treasure that can trigger the clear skies has appeared in the capital?" Night Leaning Moon shook her head when she thought of this. If it was really a heaven-blessed item that was triggering the weather, then the scale of the weather change was simply too weak. A heaven-blessed item's grade definitely could not exceed silver. At the thought of a heaven-blessed item, Night Leaning Moon's pupils contracted as though she had thought of something. Night Leaning Moon had personally seen how an undying species heaven-blessed item had summoned the stars, treated the stars as marbles, and used its palm as a bow and arrow. It had used the stars to turn into marbles and smash the ground. When an adult heaven-blessed item was strengthening its strength and absorbing natural energy, it was impossible for her not to feel the natural changes that were triggered. The only possibility for the current situation was that a newly born heaven-blessed item was triggering the weather above the royal capital. While pondering, Night Leaning Moon could not help but smile helplessly. If a heaven-blessed item had really just been born in the royal capital, then the royal capital would not be so peaceful now. It would probably have already set off a shocking phenomenon. The entire Federation's attention in the main world would also converge on the Radiance continent. Soon, The Azure Federation would send a diplomatic envoy to the Radiance Federation. Something was bound to happen when the two federations met. In these troubled times, it was very likely that there would be some people secretly plotting something. If a newly born heaven-blessed item really appeared in the royal capital, it would definitely not be a good thing for the entire Radiance Federation. It could even be said to be the beginning of a disaster. However, a heaven-blessed item was of great importance. Since it had appeared in the Radiance continent, they naturally had to do their best to keep it. However, the Heaven-Blessed Dojo was an organization formed by heaven-blessed items, and they would never let a newborn, heaven-blessed item wander outside. At the same time, Her Majesty and the veteran Emperor-class experts who sensed the strange weather had the same thoughts as Night-Leaning Moon. However, there were also powerhouses who were conducting a large-scale search of the royal capital. For example, Iron Prison and some Emperor-class powerhouses with bases in the royal capital operated the world laws that they controlled. Of course, whether it was Iron Prison or these top factions' Emperor-class experts, they deliberately avoided the return from Faraway Manor, where Lin Yuan was when they were probing the aura of the blessed items. Lin Yuan had won the Civil and Martial Arena Championship at the Nyx Assembly. Lin Yuan's talent and identity were directly reflected in the eyes of the various top factions, veteran factions, and His Holiness. Iron Prison did not wish to have another conflict with the Moon Empress, who had yet to return to the royal capital, because of Lin Yuan. As for the Emperor-class experts of the Pinnacle factions that had their headquarters in the royal capital, they didn't dare to investigate the manor that the Moon Empress disciple resided in. After all, using the power of the rule world to investigate the return from Faraway Manor was essentially no different from trespassing on private property. As such, Gray managed to evade the attention of the experts in the royal capital who had discovered the anomaly in the weather. It was just that Lin Yuan didn't notice the anomaly in the weather that the experts had discovered. The royal capital was now a pool of clean water, but a few hours ago, it was still last night when Gray had just flown into the sky to absorb the first wisp of sunny weather. A short, fat elder within the amethyst cavern suddenly revealed a strange look in his eyes. The benevolent-looking short and fat elder reached out his hand and waved in the purple crystal cavern. The broken purple crystals in the purple crystal cavern immediately condensed into a purple crystal ball. The crystal ball was like a giant world instrument, and a large amount of deep purple colors appeared in the southeast direction of the crystal ball. The short and fat elder suddenly shouted toward the outside of the purple crystal cavern. "Later, come to my place for a meeting. The power of nature in the southeast direction is in disorder. I think there should be a new little fellow appearing." As the short and fat elder spoke, his body immediately trembled as though he wanted the crystal ball to reveal more secrets. 12 long, slender, and supple purple tails grew out from the short and fat elder's back. In an instant, the short and fat elder turned into a tall, middle-aged woman dressed in a purple fox fur coat. She had a charming and dignified expression. The 12 fox tails flowed with a texture as though the world was about to fall apart. These 12 fox tails symbolized immortality in this world that was about to fall apart. As the 12 fox tails swayed to their heart's content, the stars in the sky shone down beams of starlight even though it was daytime. The beams of starlight fell into the purple crystal ball, and the purple crystal ball revealed a ray of sunlight, a dark cloud, and a few ice crystal-like snowflakes in the area where the power of nature was in disorder. Upon seeing this scene, the middle-aged woman dressed in a fox fur coat revealed a surprised expression and murmured, "This little fellow's talent is rather interesting." This little guy's talent is quite interesting. It actually involves 3 aspects of the force of nature. Just as the middle-aged woman swayed the 12 purple tails behind her and observed the information on the crystal ball in a lotus pond not far from the crystal cavern, lotus leaves swayed, and ripples appeared in the green pond. A blooming blue lotus flower no longer absorbed the power of nature from the dozens of streams under the lotus pond. The lotus flower rotated and turned into a beautiful woman with waist-length blue hair. After the beautiful woman with waist-length blue hair appeared, she plucked a few tomatoes growing on the edge of the lotus pond. She rinsed the tomatoes in the lotus pond and stuffed them tightly into her mouth. The beautiful woman with waist-length blue hair walked toward the crystal cavern while eating the tomatoes. Along the way, the blue-haired woman ate at least 6 or 7 tomatoes. While eating the tomatoes, the blue-haired woman kept smacking her cherry lips as though she was reminiscing the taste of the tomatoes. On a few cedar trees, a black chicken that had just absorbed the power of night and was lazily crowing in boredom also shook its body. It turned into a very sturdy man wearing a fishnet robe. After transforming into a human, the tall man pretended to look at the 10 fingernails on his hand that were dyed completely black. Then he shook his shoulder-length black hair, and a cunning smile appeared on his face. She looked a little charming, which was hard to describe with words. In the air, the black fishnet robe fluttered behind the sturdy man like wings. The sturdy man walked toward the direction of the amethyst cavern. On the thick red rock, there was a huge blood red and gold spider. This spider looked to be as tall as a small mountain, and its body was intertwined with red and gold, glowing with a faint jade-like brilliance. Chapter 1046. Hearing that voice, the jade-like body of the huge spider that was absorbing energy from the sun shone brightly. Then the giant spider transformed into a tall and handsome middle-aged man. This handsome middle-aged man had short red hair that was as red as a ruby crystal. One of his eyes was red, and the other was gold. His body was like white jade under the sun. He was like a man in a painting. However, the man's eyes seemed to be filled with sorrow that couldn't be dispelled, causing the sunlight to seem mournful. At the same time, the creatures who had absorbed the natural energy from the ice crystals, the lava, the earth, the plants, and the thunderclouds all turned into human shapes and walked towards the crystal caves. On this not-so-vast island, there were a total of 17 different landforms. These 17 landforms seemed to have been forcefully pieced together. It was very abrupt, but every landform could be regarded as the best environment to absorb self-energy. At that moment, 16 figures had gathered at the entrance of the crystal cavern. Only after everyone had arrived did they enter the crystal cavern together. As soon as the 16 chosen spirits entered the crystal cavern, the middle-aged woman in the purple fox fur coat waved the crystal ball in her hand. The crystal ball appeared in front of everyone who had just entered the cave. Looking at the situation on the crystal ball, the blue-haired woman hurriedly swallowed a tomato in her hand, burped, and said, "Big Sister Ziqing, the southeast of the heaven-blessed dojo we are at is only the agro-continent and the radiance continent. It seems like the direction should be around the agro-continent and the radiance continent." At this point, the blue-haired woman suddenly thought of something. If it's any of the 3 great federations in the Agawan continent, it would be fine. Since we are the blessed dojo, no one from the divine would Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Deep Fender Federation would dare to say anything. However, if this is the Radiance Federation, it will be a little troublesome for us to do things. The man in the black fishnet robe shook the black feather earrings on his ears as he spoke in a hoarse voice. "Sister Ziqing, could it be that you're mistaken? When I was absorbing the power of night last night, I also sensed a faint change in the night sky, but the change was too weak. If it really was caused by a heavenly treasure, then that heavenly treasure was clearly born not long ago. The birth of a being blessed by the heavens will definitely trigger a change in the world, and we'll be able to sense it long before it happens. While they were talking, the man in the fishing net suit saw a tomato flying toward him. By phone, how could Sister Zicheng's star foresight be wrong? Even though the momentary disorder of the power of nature might not be caused by a heavenly treasure, the fact that the power of nature is in constant disorder means that a heavenly treasure is absorbing the power of nature to increase its strength. The black-clothed man, named by phone, was just about to speak when a cold and furious voice rang out beside his ears. It's fine if a perfectly fine black chicken named itself by phone, but can you stop crowing every night when you're absorbing the power of night? It's one thing to chirp during the day, but it's also chirping at night. Does it really think that others don't sleep? When the sturdy man in the black fishnet gauze heard this, he looked at the dark circles under his companion's eyes and said perfunctorily, "All right, I won't crow at night anymore." As he spoke, the muscular man wearing the black fishnet gauze clearly had a hee-hee, I was just kidding you expression written all over his face. Everyone who saw this only felt a burst of anger. Zicheng couldn't help but put her hand to her forehead when she saw everyone bickering every time they had a meeting. Looking at the time, Zicheng sat down on one of the chairs in the amethyst cave. Since the bickering had already begun, they wouldn't be able to stop without at least an hour. Zicheng's head hurt from the noise, so she covered her ears with her two furry purple tails. An hour later, Zicheng removed the two furry purple tails from her ears and said, "Since everyone is done arguing, let's start the meeting." The red-haired man, who had been silent all this while, went straight to the point. "I've never been out on a mission before. This time, I'll take on the mission of retrieving the newborn heavenly favored. I'm going to the Radiance continent and the Agility continent. While I'm completing the mission, I can also take a look at the Jade Gui." As he spoke, the tenderness and sorrow on the red-haired man's face intensified. Upon hearing that, Zicheng's face first revealed a yearning expression before she revealed some reluctance. "Xue Shua, you might not be a heavenly favored, but after fusing with younger sister Jade Gui's bloodline, you're no different from one now. Logically speaking, I should agree to you going, but you've just undergone the last bloodline metamorphosis, and your strength hasn't recovered yet. Why don't you wait for your strength to recover before setting off to the Radiance Federation's Land of Lava to remember younger sister Jade Gui?" Upon hearing that, Xue Shua lowered his head gently, and the sorrow in his eyes seemed to condense into mist. Xue Shua was originally a scarlet tarantula with an ordinary bloodline. However, Xue Shua was extremely talented, and when he had become a myth breed, he had stimulated the scarlet tarantula's bloodline to the peak. He could be called a top genius of the scarlet tarantula lineage. Although the scarlet tarantula's bloodline was considered relatively strong among Araxspecies phase, there was still a certain gap when compared to the top few Araxspecies phase bloodlines. Moreover, it was compared to the sundial jade spider's bloodline, which was a heavenly favored. At that time, Xue Shua, who had become a myth breed, was inevitably attracted by the pheromones released by the Jade Gui. Just like the other male spider phase, Xue Shua also pounced toward the Jade Gui without any regard for his own safety. After seeing the Jade Gui, Xue Shua couldn't help but fall in love with it at first sight. Because they happened to be in the same place, Xue Shua was the first to arrive. However, Xue Shua wasn't eaten by the Jade Gui right away. Xue Shua didn't know what the Jade Gui saw in him that made him stay until the very end instead of eating him and obtaining energy from him. Instead, it allowed him to survive. All of the Jade Gui's energy came from the other creation breed and mythical breed arachnid phase that rushed over one after another. In the end, the Jade Gui didn't choose the bloodline of those spider spirit creatures it had eaten, but instead, it made Jihao infuse his own bloodline into the egg in the most primitive way of living beings. At that time, Shue Shua still remembered what the Jade Gue had told him. "You're so pretty. I want to raise little spiders with you." This could be said to be the most beautiful words of love Shue Shua had ever heard. The most perfect way for high-grade fays to express their love was to nurture their offspring together. Let a life tolerate each other's common bloodline, and let it continue. Chapter 1047. However, who knew that when the Jade Gue was laying eggs that day, it would encounter the 5th page of truth, which was lurking among the 8 pages of the Radiance Federation's Tower Canon. Not to mention that the Jade Gue that had just laid eggs was already weak. Even if the Jade Gue was at its peak, it would definitely not be a match for the evil 5 pages of truth. In the end, the Radiance Federation's Moon Empress and Chief Guard Yi had to work together to make the 5 pages of truth give up on dealing the final blow to Yu-Gue, who had entered a near-death state. They then snatched the egg that Yu-Gue had just laid, which was the child of Shue Shua and Yu-Gue, but in the end, under the attack of the 5 pages of truth, the egg laid by the Jade Gue was still lost. Before his death, Yu-Gue had injected the bloodline of the sundial jade spider into his body. He used the last of his strength to suppress the sundial jade spider bloodline that had suddenly entered his body. Because of the sundial jade spider bloodline in his body, Shue Shua was brought back to the Blessed Heaven Mansion. Shue Shua had to go through 9 bloodline transformations before he could completely merge Yu-Gue's bloodline with his own bloodline. One had to know that each of the 9 bloodline transformations was a narrow escape from death. It was a miracle that Shue Shua had managed to survive the 9 near-death bloodline transformations. As soon as Ziqing finished speaking, Bai Feng, who had always been mischievous, became serious. Bai Feng's face was also filled with obvious sorrow, as if she was sad about the departure of her companions. "Sister Ziqing, don't stop Shue Shua. I'm afraid Shue Shua is going to see if he can find the child that he and Sister Yu-Gue lost. Blue Lotus and I will accompany Shue Shua for the mission to the Agro-Pattern Continent and the Radiance Continent." Lan Lian was about to retort when she heard Bai Feng's words. She seemed to be unhappy that Bai Feng brought her into the conversation. However, Blue Lotus didn't say anything in the end. It could be said that Jade Gue had watched Lan Lian grow up. Lan Lian's Lotus Pond could connect to the 4 seas, and it was Yu-Gue who had helped Lan Lian build it. When Yu-Gue entered the pregnancy period and left the blessed mansion, Lan Lian kept asking Yu-Gue to be the godmother of the child. The fact that Shue Shua was able to survive proved the relationship between Shue Shua and the Jade Gue. Blue Lotus was naturally duty-bound to go out and look for the sundial to find the lost bloodline. Even if Bai Feng didn't bring it up, Lan Lian would have brought it up on her own. However, Lan Lian felt a little displeased that Bai Feng was representing her. However, this was clearly not the time for her to quarrel with Bai Feng. "I rely on absorbing the power of water from the waters of the world. Look at this crystal ball. The power of nature that this little fellow absorbs comes from the weather phenomena of cloudy, sunny snowflakes, and so on. The snowflakes that fall will eventually turn into water. In terms of the power of nature, my perception of the little fellow is much stronger than Bai Feng's. I'll go with Shue Shua to complete the mission. Sister Ziqing can rest assured." Bai Feng rolled her eyes when she heard that. "You make it sound like Sister Ziqing is worried about me and Shue Shua going on a mission. Bitch, how dare you step on me? Damn it." Ziqing was silent for a moment before replying. "Of course I'll be at ease if the 3 of you go. Since Shue Shua is so determined, then the 3 of you will go." At this point, Ziqing's eyes flashed fiercely. The Blessed Dojo has always stood aloof from worldly affairs, only seeking to have a piece of paradise in the great world. However, don't be afraid of stirring up trouble if you encounter a problem that isn't easy to solve. If you encounter someone from the pagoda canon, don't waste your breath and just kill him. As Ziqing spoke, the eyes of the 16 figures, including Xue Shuo, burst with dense killing intent. This killing intent was also faintly filled with an immortal aura. Hello, I'm Brahma Scissorwing from the Brahma insect cage. You still remember me? Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. It could be said that the Brahma insect cage's call was very much in line with Lin Yuan's wishes. He was not unfamiliar with the name Brahma Scissorwing. After developing his faction in Sky City, Lin Yuan had read a lot about the veteran factions and top factions. He had even roughly flipped through the information on the rising factions. Of course, he knew what the name Brahma Scissorwing meant to the Brahma insect cage. However, he could not see a person's appearance in the written information. Now, Lin Yuan finally matched the appearance with the name. Based on the voice he had heard on the phone, Lin Yuan could confirm that the silver-haired old woman who had been riding the sky snake vulture in the royal capital suburbs was the Brahma insect cage's famous Brahma Scissorwing. While Lin Yuan was pondering, Brahma Scissorwing, who had thought for an entire night before deciding to call, could not sit still. Brahma Scissorwing's hand, which was holding the phone, could not help but tremble slightly, and fine sweat seeped out of his forehead. This was because this call was related to Lin Yuan's attitude toward him and the Brahma insect cage. If Brahma Scissorwing had offended Zhongzhe and Gu Lang at that time, even if Brahma Scissorwing needed to apologize afterward, there was no need to worry so much, since the Brahma insect cage had always been backed by the Moon Empress, even if it provoked the Bamboo Monarch and Chef Supreme. As long as the Bamboo Monarch and Chef Supreme did not directly attack the Brahma insect cage, it would not affect much. However, if it offended Lin Yuan, not only would it make the Moon Empress angry, but it would also inevitably cause the Brahma insect cage to bear the reputation of biting the hand that fed it. Without the Moon Empress backing, it would be very difficult for the Brahma insect cage's top combat strength to increase again. In addition, Brahma Scissorwing had made this call with a mission. He wanted to see if he could ask for the Golden Lotus Brocade from Lin Yuan. The Golden Lotus Brocade was something that could change a Creation Master's pattern and was a resource that the veteran factions and top factions had to fight for. Arriving one day later than the other factions was a huge loss for the Brahma insect cage. The Brahma insect cage, which had dominated the three major factions for 30 years, could not and did not want to bear such a loss. After staying high in the clouds for a long time, no one was willing to fall into the dust again. Therefore, Brahma Scissorwing's voice trembled on the other end of the phone. "Young lord, you were the one who gave me the phone. You also said that the visitor is a guest." Upon hearing Brahma Scissorwing's voice again, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "That's right. That's right. Those who come are guests." At that time, I still have to thank Senior for giving Endless Summer the creation seed sky-covering Weeping Willow Tree Core, which allowed Endless Summer to obtain the opportunity to transform. In the end, Endless Summer, and I still need to thank Senior. As for the Slaughter Sky Butterfly, Lin Yuan did not mention it. The Slaughter Sky Butterfly had already become a creation breed, and the Brahma insect cage must not know about this. Emperor-class combat strength was definitely the most important thing. For a top combat strength that could not be easily used, if Brahma Scissorwing knew that the Slaughter Sky Butterfly had become a creation breed in his hands, even if Brahma Scissorwing did not express anything, he would definitely cause a huge hatred for Lin Yuan behind his back. The gains did not make up for the losses. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Brahma Scissorwing's heart that was in his throat immediately calmed down. At the same time, he could not help but have a good impression of Lin Yuan. End of this chapter.